what are you thankful for?
I'm thankful that we are 2 years strong for the pod and still chugging along.
Well, that's nice. Welcome, everybody, to this episode of the Cheap Seat Critics Podcast, Season 20. Wow, Episode 4. Today we're covering the movie Thanksgiving because I think on the time this comes out, or you're listening to it the day it comes out ish, Thanksgiving should be tomorrow. With me today we have.
Hello, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, the Geeky Writer.
I'm Carissa Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks. And hey, if you're listening from Plymouth, uh, is it Maine? I think it's Maine. I'm not good.
Plymouth,
Massachusetts.
Maine. Yes.
Okay,
Plymouth
cool.
Rock, Plymouth, Maine.
Got it. You can find Cheap Seat Critics Podcast on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. We have a letterbox where we kind of like calculate all the things we've covered with their averages of ratings. And I know audio podcast, but if you prefer the visual side of things, we have a YouTube and Rumble as well. Yeah. So Thanksgiving. I think we all kind of voted most appropriate thing to be covered for this time. Other pitches were like Freebird or the debated Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. But this seems most fitting, especially since after our whole Halloween season, I guess we're all more in a spooky mood.
Yeah.
Uh,
And there's not really many like Thanksgiving focused movies out there, so
yeah, there's a handful. Let's start with histories. Let's just go down the line.
oh, all right. I guess I'm starting us off then. My history with this is I thought was nothing when I started this. That was a lie. I have seen something from this film out of context before. It was a part of a compilation video of like failed escape attempts, and the fucking tow cable scene came up at the end.
Oh,
Okay, so
That is my history,
other than that, everything else is first time viewing.
pretty much. I got context for the tow cable scene.
I guess I'm next. I don't have a history with this. I knew of it, but I never saw the trailer, and I didn't know anything. I knew it was a slasher. That's the extent.
Okay, also a first time viewing. I remember when this trailer came out, and I was excited for it because it actually gave a movie for November or for Thanksgiving, since there's so many movies that take place, or I guess just scary horror movies kind of overtake October for Halloween. And thanks to, the abundance of Hallmark, there's a buku amount for Christmas. There's not many November films or Thanksgiving films, so this intrigued me by being one of those. However, I didn't see it in theaters when it came out. I think I was just preoccupied with other things coming out or around. But I eventually did get to see it uh, earlier this year of 2024 for the first time when it first came to Netflix. I watched it. And now for the podcast, it has been my second viewing.
Nice. Yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with you on like the drought that's kind of like between holidays. I mean, there's a reason why I have a tradition between like Thanksgiving and Christmas. There's not really a lot of films that fill that area, you know?
Yeah, or some people just choose a feel of like a fall movie or like a vibe of that people choose.
Yeah.
So,
Which
anywho,
vibes are cool and all, but you know.
yeah. I have a couple facts for this film. Its initial release date was November 17th, 2023. So, right before Thanksgiving, it kind of came out in theaters. It has a runtime of 1 hour and 47 minutes. Its budget was 15 million USD, with a box office globally of 46.6 million USD. It is rated R with a genre of horror/mystery, and it is directed by Eli Roth, who is known for doing things such as Knock Knock, The House with a Clock in Its Walls, and Borderlands.
I
That's why the name was
recognize some of
familiar.
those.
Borderlands. There we go. I heard that name recently. I got
Yeah.
it. With not great connotations, unfortunately.
It's true.
Yeah, and I have just a few fun facts here. Also, audience, take this with a grain of salt. These are found online. How much they're true or false, just letting you know that. First one I got, Eli Roth wanted all the film kills to not only be gory but creative, paying homage to the creative kills of like old slasher movies such as Friday the 13th series, Nightmare on Elm Street, and My Bloody Valentine.
I guess without spoilers, how do we feel about the kills in this film? It kind of is an interesting segue, a
I
little bit.
think he achieved the goal of making them unique, at least a good chunk of them.
I like mm, a lot of them. I'll say that.
Yeah. Well, I guess it'll come up. I guess which one you didn't like. Yeah, I was thinking about that, and like I think he definitely achieved it, though.
Some are
I think
sacrificed for realism aspects.
yeah, some were sacrificed for realism aspects, and others were definitely sacrificed for definitely like plot armor was attached to the characters for too long.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's interesting that they revealed that Eula had like a bone density problem or muscle spasms or something way late in the film. So, anywho, second one, Eli Roth gave directing duties to Tim Miller to do additional reshoots for Borderlands, so Roth could focus on this film.
How long has Borderlands been in production?
I don't know.
It was something like 5 years, I think. It was very hellish,
Jeez.
from what I
Oh,
remember. Though it's been a while since I've read all that, so take my word for it as a grain of salt, audience. You're probably better off looking up the facts yourself.
Yeah. Hey, if we ever cover for Borderlands, might have more facts than that.
That's true.
I would hope so.
And the last one I have here is this is the first horror movie to be distributed by TriStar Pictures since Evil Dead 2013.
Ooh, another banger, according to Sinister, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Sprinks agrees with that
Oh,
as
yeah.
well.
Crimson, we've seen it.
Yeah, it was a
The
movie.
only bad thing about having tied Evil Dead directly to our Halloween seasons in this podcast is that I have to wait to see the rest of them now, so I can keep the fresh mind for it. The
Well,
first
on the
time
bright side,
viewing
there's only
sense.
five, right? Not including the show.
Well, and assuming we're not doing the musicals either, but
I don't know if
There's a
that doesn't count
musical?
as a
God
movie.
damn.
no, it doesn't count as a movie. But we cover more than just movies.
That's true. So who knows? Uh, Anywho, the structure we're doing today is linear popcorn. So kind of starting at the beginning of the movie, and then someone says something in the notes early on, and if it goes past someone else's notes, the other person can jump ahead or behind it, or so we're all kind of in tandem with our notes till the end.
Sounds good.
Cool. Any other questions before we begin, gentlemen?
Who's cutting the turkey?
Not it.
That would
I'm
be
not.
Sprinks.
Oh, me? Oh.
Really? No, you don't want to? All
If
right,
I'm
I'll do it.
cutting if
I
I'm
got it.
cutting a turkey, oh my gosh, that just reminded me of another Thanksgiving movie, Spider-Man 1 with Tobey Maguire.
All right, shut your mouth.
It's got Thanksgiving.
Does Chicken Run have it, or did they just have the pies?
No,
It's
no,
been
no, no.
so long
There's no
since I've seen
holiday
it.
in Chicken Run.
I don't remember. It's so long.
At least I don't think
Yeah.
so. Any Hoosers, let's begin with Ryder here.
All right, I have a potentially controversial take.
Right out the gate.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I don't think the first 10 minutes of the film are needed.
Ho, ho, ho.
Oh. Okay, well, where the heck did the first 10
Uh,
go? What's the cutoff?
uh, Honestly, I think the start of the film should be like the group of friends arriving at the store. So it would still be early on, but there's a lot of like family drama they were trying to introduce that just is not relevant for at any point in the film. The only part of the
Well,
film is that would be relevant was the killer's motivation. And even then, I'm not inclined to think that was necessary.
well, it sets up Jess's dislike and
Ooh.
the family dynamics with Kathleen. What's her
Yeah.
name? Kathleen.
Justice dislikes
Kathleen.
The
Kathleen.
film
Yeah.
plays with that, but see, there's that
I mean, it is
there's
sprinkled
an
throughout.
Yeah,
You
it doesn't need to be front loaded like this. We get enough of it in the film to pick up what their relationship is like.
What
So
about how
there's a
Mitch feels against Thomas?
uh, Mitch is the store owner, right? And Thomas
the
is the
manager. Thomas is the
yeah,
owner. Mitch is
yeah,
the manager,
yeah. Okay,
whose wife
yeah.
dies.
Yeah, he
They
gets called in to
they
work.
have a yeah. They're annoyed with each other at the beginning, but I don't think it's necessary because they don't. Again, their dynamic isn't really played with at all because Mitch is just constantly protesting, and they don't. I don't think they interact for the rest of the film at all.
Other than him walking in front of the float, I guess.
Or the news coverage.
Yeah, and I don't really consider that as a like.
It's not a direct interaction.
Yeah, it's not really a direct interaction.
He's not
So
confronting him.
there's a lot of fluff here at the beginning that I think is not necessary to the film. It could be reworked, shortened just to get the points across in a couple things. I think the only thing that I thought was really good was I got immediately the sheriff and the girl that was Mitch's wife that was cheating on him. Um, He's like, "Oh, won't be single along for long with those baking skills." I got immediately that they were cheating on that she was cheating on Mitch and they were hooking up, which is nice. But I think that was pretty much the only thing that I gained beneficially that was relevant for the rest of the film. There's a few other nuggets maybe that I could point to as we go along that might be, I guess, considered payoffs, but they're not really that big in comparison to setting up the story here.
Okay.
Such an interesting take. 'Cause I'm not against it, but there's a lot of nuance involved with it for sure. Just make sure you have
Yeah,
to say something.
it's yeah, sorry.
Well, I'm thinking it over. I don't think I agree because even though there is fluff and I think there's fat that could be trimmed, I would not say the first 10 minutes should be removed because I think it plays into a lot of the characters to start off the thought of, especially to a first timer, the possibility of added motives to characters of who could do the killer's acts.
Yeah, I think 10 minutes might be an exaggeration. I think there's just a lot of fluff that needs to be cut.
Okay. I think
You
a
want to
great
trim the day of Thanksgiving.
yeah,
That's There you go.
I think a great detail is that a lot of the characters are about the same build and height. So it's not like an easy rule out of who could be Carver.
Oh,
Well,
I
Mitch
assure you, I
Mitch was
never thought
easy.
it was Mitch.
Yeah, I don't even know why they tried to set him up as a potential. He's so stocky and jockey. But
I wrote it down in my notes like I'm gonna be really angry if it's Mitch because we got our Black Widow Taskmaster all over again.
Oh God, no,
yeah, and
no, no, no.
I was going to be irritated if it was Bobby because Bobby's too short. uh, so I was paying attention to the body stuff, and there are like Ryan and Eric or the sheriff, whatever, that they are similar. So that's good. I agree. It wasn't obvious purely based off the body. There was enough
Yeah,
choice.
Yeah. The body just eliminated a few of the possibilities, which I
Yeah,
guess
like
is nice.
it's none of the girls, and it's not Mitchell.
did you guys ever
Not his
think
name.
that it was more than one person being the
It
killer?
I
crossed my mind
wrote
at one point.
it did cross my mind at one point as well. When it crossed my mind, I think more towards the end with the whole parade, and then the oven basting, as it were.
Okay.
Uh, but it was never solidified. Like I didn't take it. I didn't like follow that thought path too much because I didn't really have much evidence for it. So I just kind of accepted at face value that there wasn't. But I thought that having more than one would probably have helped the film a little bit. But
Okay.
Sprinks, did you, if you recall your first time viewing?
My first time viewing, I think I did think there was more than one. Because another question I have to pitch is like, do you ever think Eric teleports? Um,
Yes.
I didn't
yeah, absolutely.
fully like jot it down of like instances, but there was parts I think on my first viewing that I'm like, I was real curious the time frame. I think that's one of my biggest issues with the objective of the movie is the time of knowing how much time has passed from a scene to scene.
I agree. He has teleportation to help with the illusion that he isn't the killer.
Yeah, that's true. I think the worst instance of it is the school, to be honest with you.
Yeah, yeah. Schools are very good.
When we get there, I suppose.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Okay. I like that our first shot of the movie is the first character shown as Patrick Dempsey as Eric, which is pretty much the big name of the movie. Um, but already showing like a foreshadowing of a point of view through the eyes of the killer.
Unfortunately, that was the immediate red flag. Once we got the cast going, like, oh, it's probably him. Because it's always the famous person if they aren't the main character. It's usually the famous person that's the bad guy. And Mitch is famous as well, but obviously his build disqualified him.
Yeah. I recognize Mitch from Battlestar Galactica, I think, first. He's
Yeah,
in a lot of things.
yeah, he's in stuff.
He's not really I don't think I've seen him as, like, in a central role before, but even this I wouldn't consider this a central role, though he is, more prominent in this film than a lot of other his works. The actor, I mean.
Hmm. I guess it might be front loading the podcast a bit, but when, if at all, did you guys figure out the killer?
Oh, well, that's a first time viewing question. Um,
I mean, you could say you
Let
don't
me
remember Springs.
I had 3 suspects. I just let's see. There was a point in the film where I wasn't even bother looking for suspects because I was waiting for the movie to make me to care a little bit.
Mhm.
But I did write them down once the movie got me invested a little, which is the 35-minute mark. There we go. My uh, my suspects were Bobby, Kevin, and the sheriff.
Kevin.
So
Which one's Kevin?
Kevin, oh Kevin's Jess's like introverted boyfriend.
Oh, Ryan.
Ryan.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I heard Kevin, but okay.
Okay.
I think
Um,
on my first viewing, I had Ryan as my thought because there's a point where he just vanishes from the movie,
yeah,
Yeah. Uh,
he's got the
I
ability vanishes.
which I
He's weird.
think I'm neutral on a second viewing. That it's a problem that he disappears, but for the movie's sake of like trying to throw in who it could be is a positive.
Well, he doesn't really have much to do as a character in this, other than he's Jess's new
he's just there to
boyfriend.
provide tension, really.
Yeah. Well, he's there for an initial suspect, but I don't know what else he would need to do in this movie. So I don't think it's
Mhm.
bad he was gone. Obviously, for the it's for the audience sake. Like, oh, he's not around. He might be the guy. As a character point of view, I don't think Ryan really needed to be in the whole bulk he was missing.
No,
Is
does it?
it, is,
But the fact of the bulk of him missing does it play into the more of the odds that he could be the killer in instances? Because it
Yeah, it's definitely
cuts.
a intentional writer's choice.
Okay, because
yeah.
I do like again with the time frame it's iffy, but the cuts that go from a killer to Eric as the sheriff really played that more into Eric being less of the choice.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I think the interesting thing about Ryan's removal, it was because once we started like suspecting him, he kind of just dropped out of the film. Um,
Do you think that's just a s- smart? I guess is too much credit into the word I'm thinking of, but like
it's a red herring.
Intentional.
okay, thank you, intentional to do that to Ryan.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely think it was an intentional thing. It's a red herring. The idea that he might be the killer, so we just kind of stopped seeing him for a while. So like it lets us wonder whether it's actually him and stuff like that. Uh, and to kind of get back to your point, Crimson, about asking when I figured out who the killer actually was, I had my suspect of the sheriff pretty early on, but it was confirmed for me when he sprinted out of the warehouse reloading his gun next to Jess, like because he wanted to handle it on his own. I took that as a he's the killer.
Oh, when Bobby was in the warehouse?
Yeah. So there's a
Okay.
point where when Bobby was in the warehouse and he was waiting outside for the sheriff, we hear the gunshots go off and we see the sheriff like sprint back outside and reload his gun.
Mhm.
I took that as confirmation that he was the killer.
Yeah, like I said, once I saw the cast and he was the big name that wasn't the main character, automatic suspect, and what kind of confirmed it for me is when he said trust no one. That's something that's played with way too often to where the person that says that is the guilty party. It
That's
happens
true.
way too
Yeah.
much.
It was
And
definitely yeah, it was definitely not like it definitely added to him. It elevated him above the other suspects, and I think, like I said, my confirmation was just the end of the warehouse before the last scene, I guess. Though again, I guess it depends on how we're defining like when did you figure it out he was the killer instead of just like heavy suspicion.
Yeah, on a
yeah, I mean, I never figured out the motive. I didn't really get the he was Amanda was cheating with him. I didn't pick that up in the beginning like
Yeah,
you
I
did
got
there.
that
Yeah.
immediately. I was just like, please don't let that be the only motive. I was literally begging the film for that.
yeah, I didn't pick it up immediately or at all that it was a cheating situation. I thought they were just like flirtatious friends, just being nice. But
It's subtle. I
well, also there's not a lot
so
to it. It's kind of like
that's
three
true.
lines.
They pretty much die the next scene. So Amanda pretty much dies a couple scenes later. So
Yeah, I mean, it's enough to look back and go, oh, they're actually nodding at there was something there, but it's not overt to where Mitch would be like, "Hey, man, that's my wife." Not
yeah,
because it was
I
too
think that
overt,
I
then
think
Mitch would be onto it. So
yeah, I think it was okay the way they did it. It's
Yeah,
definitely a you can understand everything a little bit more in retrospect now because there's a couple scenes like they're very short with the two of them because I think he's the one that drove her to drop off the meal for Mitch at work too.
more than likely. Yeah, they were there together, I think. Um, Also, the sight of her death caused him to draw his gun, which is pretty hard,
just
drastic.
shoot up.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know if that's at this point drastic. Uh, People are trampling and killing people.
That's true.
I wouldn't
It
consider
was a
it.
breaking
It's
point.
not like he was pointing it at people. You just
No,
I don't think it was that drastic.
but Mitch,
What
her
he ends up doing
husband,
a year later is
was a
drastic.
Maury. So, but I guess Mitch didn't have a gun. So I think it's a little drastic of being called in on Thanksgiving to work or be fired.
Well, I mean that's why he was upset.
It's a little harsh.
Yeah, but it unfortunately does happen to people.
Yep, uh, happened to me.
And
That's
Ryder, that was
just
about a
business.
year ago.
That's funny. What do we think of? Uh, uh, I don't actually have his name. I just have him as Bully Kid.
Bully
The
kid,
jock.
Evan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Um, what? So what do we think of him unnecessarily like taunting the crowd and stuff like that?
Just a scumbag. Like being
the
inside the
bully.
store taunting. Just an asshat.
Uh, yeah. I mean, they're under there on the pretense of it being like a on the DL thing. Uh, and since Mitch is there and they're directly related to the family, I'm surprised they didn't take. They could have taken their stuff and gone to like one of the cashier areas like on in one of the corners because usually big department stores like that have like hidden like customer service centers where they can still sell you stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, they could have
but
just grabbed their stuff and held on to when the doors open, and then be the first ones in line. didn't have
Yeah,
to check out before the doors open.
it's very
It's also on
uh
to the employees that allowed them to check out.
yeah, that's true. It's very much it's very plot driven.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
it
know if I
does.
have it. I don't know if I have an issue with it. It kind of, I think in retrospect it fits like his character, bully's character, to like bench press whatever he's holding to taunt the crowd. Uh,
Oh,
but
okay. I didn't think it was to the entire crowd. I think it was just to the rival school Hanover guy.
oh yeah, it's specifically for him. But the rest of the crowd takes it. It's personal
Cheating. Yeah.
because they're right next to.
I think one of the biggest issues with the movie is that the employee access door was completely unlocked. And that even
Oh yeah, that's
Hanover
true.
spotted that they're going in and no one followed in that whole crowd.
Yeah, that's true. I was thinking that the easy fix for this is just Jess has a key because her dad works at the store.
If they played it that
So
or showed that,
yeah,
that'd be
exactly.
very
I like
helpful.
yeah, exactly. Like I said, that's one where it's like it's easy to. It would have been an easy fix to show Jess pulling out a key to unlock it. That's all you would need to do. Because the rest of that relationship could be inferred because Mitch is her dad, more or
Yeah.
less, or
And he
not her
owns the
dad, but
store. Thomas is.
yeah, not her dad, but like they were there's an implication there, and that nepotism would be the reason she has a key.
Yeah, but the movie just plays it off like that door is just unlocked.
I agree. I don't have an yeah. I don't take issue with your takeaway. I just do flat out agree. I'm just providing the easy fix if you were filming
Yeah.
something like this, I guess.
Yeah, either show her with the key or have a line while they're in the car going like, "Hey, I took Mitch's key. We're gonna take the side entrance."
Borrowed my dad's skeleton key. I don't.
Yeah, whichever.
Yeah, it'd be Thomas's, right?
Yeah, it'd
Which
be
doesn't have
Thomas's.
a kid.
Yeah, I mean he's a manager. He might have a key, but he would have brought it with him anyways.
Yeah.
I found it. And again, this is just being plot driven. I find it annoying that no one hands the sheriff the megaphone.
Um,
The reason I take it's a small minor issue that I take. It because people generally listen to figures of authority. So if the sheriff had the megaphone, there's a chance that none of this would have happened because he's a figure of authority.
I don't know if this crowd would, but in a general
In reality, I'm not saying they would listen, but I'm saying it would be the smarter thing to hand off the megaphone to the sheriff for that whole scene to take place.
I yeah, I think I have more of a little nitpick that when they get to the point of pushing the doors and people are actually like being collapsed, that he doesn't call in like help. Like he can see that the security guards of the store are failing.
Yeah, I can agree with that. He should have called it in.
Yeah, I see a little more onto that than using the megaphone.
I am gonna fact check something real quick, so give me a second.
I will say from my first viewing and this viewing again, this is a ridiculously it's over the top, but it could possibly be realistic case of Black Friday.
I mean,
It's
even the
insane.
events, even the Black Fridays where people have died, this is exaggerated to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's I think the most recent one funny enough, I took the reference over the free waffle iron as a reference to one of the more recent ones. It wasn't a death, I think, but it was either a death or an injury of someone dying over their waffle. They're trying to get a waffle iron, pretty much. I remember that story, and that's what I was looking up before we brought it up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because I know the
I thought the
stories of
waffle
people being
iron.
trampled.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
lot of injuries, uh, for sure, but there are, I think, 12 deaths, I think, recorded in total.
I was. I forgot what I was gonna say. Darn it.
Probably something about Black
Poof.
Friday.
I would imagine. Yeah. Oh well, it's gone now.
Um, looking at my notes, a good indicator for me of why I wouldn't like Evan in the movie is his line, "How am I going to text during the movie without a phone?" To me, that was immediate flag. I don't like this guy.
Oh, because he's gonna be texting in the middle of a
He
movie
needs a
theater?
phone to go to the movie theater. Yeah.
Um,
I found it funny. Well, the part of that scene that I think was funny, almost funny for me, that was the banter in the sense of like, wasn't it his girlfriend asking her that, talking to him about it, like
Oh
who is
yeah, who are you
she?
gonna text?
Yeah, and they just skirt around the answer. I tilted my head a little bit. I'm like, I can't tell if this is just them vibing as a friend group or if they're just moving on.
Yeah. The I don't know if either you two have seen it, but the crowd of people just running through the road like an apocalyptic movie to the store reminded me of the scene from Spielberg's War of the Worlds where everyone's running to the grocery store.
mm,
There's a lot of those kind of similar scenes, I guess.
Okay.
yeah, I didn't get that connection, but I can see it. I did write down zombie horde in my notes because
Yeah.
it was like an unlimited wave of people. It wasn't stopping.
It was just madness. And the guy who like gets pushed through the glass and cuts his throat and dies holding a waffle iron.
Oh, that's what I was
Yep.
gonna say. The waffle iron. I thought it was a joke that the guy's okay. You can get your waffle iron now, and it was actually a waffle iron sale in there. Like, oh, it's actually something people want.
Yeah. Well, that I think is a direct reference to one of the deaths that actually has happened on a Black Friday was over waffle iron.
Hmm.
Yeah. Do you guys think the injury on Bobby's arm was too much?
It did not look real when it happened.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's possible, but yeah, the way it was depicted didn't seem real either.
It
Um,
seemed like too much force to break an arm like especially a guy who does baseball. Golden arm Bobby. Like I feel like his arm is pretty strong. It's not a weak.
yeah. Think of the classic funny cartoon where like the rest of the person is lanky, but that they have that just one really really buff arm.
Yeah. I, it certainly was fake
Yeah.
looking to me.
Yeah, it was very much a very fake injury. I think it was uh there was a lot of quick setup and payoffs that happen in this scene. Like the whole waffle iron bit and somebody dying over it, and then but yeah, Bobby's arm was it was just a. I understand why they did it, because in theory is going to add motivation as to whether Bobby is the killer, um, because he lost his
Pitching arm and his
livelihood
his
more or less.
baseball.
Yeah,
His future.
yeah, he lost his livelihood more or less. So there was an element of that I think that works as a potential red herring as a setup. But I do think that the injury itself looked really really fake.
Yeah.
Though I'll say this, it was a nice detail that he was trying to help somebody when he got hurt.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's true.
Doug was still alive.
Mm,
Poor
good
Doug.
character trait.
Uh, yeah, poor Doug. The crowd. It's because it was so exaggerated. It's hard to tell what we should take seriously. Like Doug's death was. It wasn't funny, but it wasn't like, oh my gosh, he's dying. There's this weird middle ground where because the crowd was so exaggerated, I could believe that anything could happen at this point, and some crazy stuff does happen.
Yeah. Um Amanda's hair getting in the wheel to me is like a
Yeah.
it's a rarity. I don't know there's many examples of it and I don't know if you two have the same feeling, but it's one of those like visual pain looks. Um where it's just like the look of it looks so painful of a situation. I think like one I know from school or being talked about is like putting a toothpick under your toenail and kicking a wall. Like the thought of that just sounds painful.
Yeah, that I get what you're saying with that.
I guess my issue. Yeah, I agree. It definitely had the like you grit your teeth kind of feeling almost.
Yeah, but
Uh,
does that emotion have a word?
um,
Because I don't know
Sure,
what to call it. It's not
probably has a
disgust. It's
nail
not
phenomenon.
biting.
nail, but I get.
Nail biting
Uh,
would be one of the words I would apply to that. But
Okay, I
there
guess I
is a few words
winced.
to describe it. I don't know if there's a explicit like emotion name for it. It's because you're describing a reaction.
Okay, I suppose
Uh,
wincing.
wincing works. Nail biting. Uh, uh, I think it. Well, the weird thing is like I'm just tying words etymology now. It kind of reminds me of like empathy almost or sympathy. Like you can imagine it so well that you could put it in your shoes and kind of feel it almost.
Yeah,
Uh, an empathic wince, I guess, would be your perfect way to phrase it for now. um, funny thing about that death scene, I think again it's exaggerated. I don't think they would be strong enough to peel off the skin of the from the hair.
from the little half an inch the wheel goes back and forth, I'm in agreement. If there was enough momentum of the hair being stuck to like rip it out fast, I think it could. But just a little back and forth peeling it, I don't think so.
See, it comes down to like how long they've been dead for me. Like the more dead the corpse is, the more likely I am to believe that like the more likely I am to believe that the hair would rip the
Like the
skin off when
decay
it
of the
goes with it.
body.
Yeah, in the same way, like how motherfucking duck. So the same way that how the like rotting flesh off a zombie would is more likely to fall off or whatever
Yeah,
kind of way.
the weakened nutritional state of the host or the body. Yeah, but she is not dead yet. She's still fully alive, so that's fresh skin just being peeled off her head.
Yeah, I think that part was what crossed the line for me. I think the death itself is fine because uh, a cart going at full speed, two carts going at full speed will fucking snap your neck. I don't have much issue with that. It's kind of one of those things where you don't really think about how easy uh, it is to die because your neck is not that strong. Um, it would the carts would have to be going pretty fast, but it's plausible as far as the death is concerned, I think.
Yeah, I mean, watch the show Thousand Ways to Die, and you're gonna find some interesting deaths in there.
Oh
Yeah, I
yes.
I did watch A Million Ways to Die in the Desert or something like that. Or A Million Ways to Die in the West. And that's
Ooh,
the
that's very different. But yes, I guess I don't know how factual A Million Ways to Die in the West is.
oh, it's probably not factual at all. Seth MacFarlane does a lot of good research. I just it's been a while. I wouldn't consider the entire film to be like a flawless masterpiece. Let's leave it at
Agreed.
that.
Yeah.
While
Crimson, go ahead.
all right, while they're in the store, uh, Evan, is that his name, the jock, or
Yep. Evan's
uh,
the big jock and his buddy Scuba. I
Evan throws a throws something, a football maybe. I don't know. He throws something in there.
think it's a
Pretty
football.
sure it was a football.
Yeah.
And I was like, he's a football player. How did he throw that so poorly? Why did they keep that tape?
Hey, he might not be
Well,
the quarterback.
he thinks he
That
can play
was
football
it
by
was
himself.
tumbling everywhere.
Yeah, he might not be the quarterback. That's not an issue. He could be a linebacker for all we care. For all
They
we
can
know.
still throw a football.
I
I don't know
mean,
how far he
technically, he
chucked
still
it.
threw a football. He just did it poorly.
Yeah, you don't
He
need
threw it
to
like
be an
anyone could throw a football where it's just tumbling in the air. It's
Yeah, not every football player throws it immaculately. There's a reason why they're not the quarterback.
oh, okay.
Look, all I'm
I'm not
saying
gonna buy
is
into
that
that.
Maybe he's
yeah,
more of a field kick guy.
all I'm saying is as I've learned watching the NFL the last few years, there's a reason why quarterbacks are quarterbacks and why other players are not in the position.
Yeah, even
Um,
quarterbacks throw bad throws. I mean, it's human error.
There's a difference between not hitting where you're aiming and then throwing a terrible ball.
Well, maybe he just thought Scuba would get it, but he also didn't give
Okay.
any indication of like go long, go far, go left. He just
So
chucked it.
I think you're not taking away what I'm saying. It's not his aim that was the issue. It's how the ball was thrown. It was tumbling. It wasn't spiral like an actual football player would throw.
Oh,
I don't care the destination of the ball. Anyone can miss. That's not the
you
problem.
just
It
didn't
was just
throw it like a
it
football
was the
player.
technique of someone who doesn't play football.
it was a technique of someone who doesn't play quarterback, Crimson.
It was
All
thrown
right.
like a
Well,
technique
we're
of an
just gonna run
actor.
in circles because I.
Unless there's a line
They
saying
all
he's a
train to
quarterback,
throw
it's not an
footballs.
issue.
Gosh.
Crimson's right. There is no skirmish or practice games where someone sits out and it's like, oh, they don't throw. This isn't. Shoot, I always forget his name. Daniel Daniel Doss, the Hacksaw Ridge guy,
No idea.
the field medic who
Uh,
couldn't kill or didn't want
yeah,
to
yeah,
kill.
yeah. Hacksaw Ridge guy. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think it's
I think you got it right. I think
Daniel
you got it right. Yeah,
Doss.
Daniel Doss.
Okay,
I think so.
look at me with the history. There's two lines that are said that I think are just too goofy in lines. One's when they're in the car.
Desmond Doss.
Desmond Doss. Oh, man, I was close.
You were close. Yeah.
Um, one was the line of Jess in the car when they're like, "Oh, we'll make the movie. We just get a phone," and she goes, "Okay, 5 minutes in and out." She's delusional. It's like, can she not see the crowd of people outside?
It would have worked if they were just the first in line and they waited.
Yeah, and didn't goof off with a football and just like grabbed the phone, checked out, left.
Yep.
It really plays like Jess is the only person who wants to see the movie, which is a little odd, since supposedly that's the plan of what they're going to do.
Yeah. It's like I said, this entire beginning is very plot driven. There's a lot of fluff to be cut out. I'm I'm in agreement. But there is stuff here. I don't deny that.
Yeah. The second line for me that was a little goofy is where, Evan's fooling around and being boastful with the phone and all the stuff inside. And as soon as the fence follows over and people are on the door and they're like, let him in, he goes, "What's happening? What's going on?" I think that was too dumbly played.
Um,
Y-
yeah, I suppose. I mean, there was certainly some dumb moments. Uh, one being the Russian girl whose name I already forgot.
Eula.
Uh, Eula, her death, which we'll get into. There was some weirdness involved with some lines that were said.
I agree.
I don't know. It's a interesting movie where they try to balance certain love serious as well.
Yeah. An effect, I think it's just for me, Amanda's death, the blood pool by her head of her bleeding out, I think just looks
Mm,
too fake.
I didn't think it was
Too
that
cranberry saucy.
bad.
Yeah, like too perfectly like round.
Well, I mean, she's bleeding out. She didn't. It's not supposed to be splattered. It wasn't
True, but
anything
her
like that.
head, the way her head is facing, it feels like it should be more like behind her, like the top of her head, and not like behind. Just seemed like the placement was weird.
I'll be that guy. Getting your neck snapped doesn't mean you'll be bleeding.
No, no, it's
I guess
the
it depends on how.
it's the pull of the
In,
hair being torn
That's
out, which is the
true.
blood.
Yeah.
I mean, it would pull to the side and then under your head. So I didn't think it was bad.
Okay, I just
It
think it could have looked better.
it trails like a river, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking if I'm remembering it right.
No,
No,
it's more like a imagine a red egg that, like one of those sticky things you throw on the window of like a house for Easter, and you just put like her head on that. That's what it kind of looked
Okay.
like. It was too
well,
round for me.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I mean,
Um,
what would have changed the shape of it?
More of like
It's
a
flowing on a flat surface, so it's not like it's gonna split off and not be even. So, like, what would change it?
I think if the position was changed and it wasn't it was a little
I
more what's it textured, I guess. Or
I
reflective.
okay.
I don't know, it just
I,
didn't seem that believable of a look of blood for me. But it got the
fair
job
enough.
done, I guess.
I do like the newsreel. Uh, Before we got a lot of the later like character payoffs in the film, I thought the film should have just started at the store and then played through the newsreel originally, and then we started getting a little bit more like, oh, this was a setup from here, which is why I don't think like the beginning is worthless. I just think there's a lot of fat that needs to be trimmed.
Yeah, I think if that was the case, it would cut out a little more of the character interactions to play more of motives.
Hmm.
Because I like that there's a lot of possible reasonings for anyone to be the killer.
Yeah. Hell, there's even a reason why the sheriff decided to try to frame Bobby.
Yeah, I'm. I'm kind of also glad there's. It plays that there's a lot of reasons. I'm glad there's not like the reveal of the killer or something is something that was never shown. Like the motive was never told about. Like it's something present, but it's never something about the person who it could have been, kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Kind of got lost on that.
Not not exactly a one for one, but somewhat. And I know it hasn't been covered, but somewhat like what happens in Knives Out.
Okay. Uh,
You mean Chris Evans' character like disappearing for half an hour?
Okay, well that's a bit of a. I don't know if that'll have to be bleeped, but
you gave
possibly.
a spoiler warning there. Uh, okay. I guess I see what you're talking about there.
Actually, how old's that movie? It was a pretty
It's like
older movie then.
2016 or 17 or something,
I
right?
think it's old enough to share then. People.
Yeah. If it was within a year, I'd agree. You could probably, you know, skirt around it, but it's been out, and I think you can freely watch it on streaming services, so
Okay,
or
something like that
Netflix.
though, where it's like an introduced character later, like the motive is explained later as to why, but during the events of the event, there's nothing there.
I agree.
Yes, I think I understand what you're saying. So yes, I agree.
Okay, I do like that. Um, when Eric, I mean, it's a little tone and cheesy, but when Eric pulls the gun and the title comes down and it all goes red, really 80s slasher look movie.
Oh yeah, that was
Oh yeah.
very stylistic. I definitely got the vibe as well. Kind of gave me the Fear Street vibes a little bit.
Oh, a little, yeah.
Mm, yeah. Then again, I guess that's the other modern film that we've seen that's paying a homage to the stylistics choices, you know?
Of a classic slasher-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
The Fear Street trilogy holds up.
Holds up. It's not that old.
Well, the movies themselves aren't, but the depictions of the years they take place do. I mean, one of them's in 1666.
Yeah, maybe just holds up in the proper
I worded
context.
that correctly. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Uh, an issue I saw, I guess not huge, but the the 1 year later jump to the video that I guess Evan uploaded, whether it was I think it's played that it's not him later on, and that's like a reoccurring video that he took down and someone else uploaded. The view count on that for being a 1 year video is not believable.
1,000 or 124,121.
Not the total of it, but a video that came out a year ago, and when it's showing us the video, it's just climbing.
Well, I mean, when the anniversary of something that happens, that would increase traffic on something if it was big
and I
enough.
think it's supposed to be like a traumatic event for the world in general.
It
At
was a
least that's the
world
implication.
event?
Like it's just a not world event, but it definitely would made headline news because of it.
Okay, I just
At least that's what the implication was to me with the fucking the news like montage that we got. Even though it's like the same reporters, we get the idea that it's spread around really quickly and it's a widespread event.
okay. I saw the news coverage, all of it being local, of local news, not necessarily nationwide, but it could be.
Yeah, I don't know either way on that one.
Yeah,
I'd probably lean
there's
local.
not yeah, there's not super strong evidence either way, but usually, I guess my take on it is that like films that typically do that uh typically also intended to be kind of more widespread event. There are, I'm not saying there aren't examples of it being supposed to be more localized, like in the case of Riverdale. Generally, that's supposed to be very localized news related stuff that goes on there. Um, it's very case by case, but I just tend to take it as more broad stroke, like nationwide news, because it's usually where the average leans it. If I'm not given any specifics to go on.
Okay. I a question for you two. How after the 1 year jump to I guess the news coverage being covered and everything, what is the time frame from then to the end of the movie?
I couldn't figure that out myself. uh,
Uh, yeah, it's not obvious.
Is it like my best guess is like 2 or 3 days.
it's
That seems the most likely.
Because I don't
2 or 3 days.
know. My best thing is the year jump, being that it says an exact year, is that it starts on Black Friday. Because Thomas says the store will be closed this year.
well, if it's on Black Friday, then the movie would take place in one day, then, right?
I'm
I
trying to
don't
think,
think
is
it
there another night
to the
cycle?
day.
Is there another nighttime sequence anywhere? It has to, because there's the waitress who dies at night, and then we got the whole next day where it goes to McCarty's party at night.
Hmm.
So that's 2 days.
Well, then the security guard, doesn't he die at night as well?
He does,
He does, so
yes.
that's
Yeah.
3.
I They didn't give a time. I mean, this could be a week, could be a week and
Yeah,
a half, could be a few days. I don't think there's
I
anything
think
tying time really.
It
yeah, I think the best guess would be 3 days to a week.
I think it's gotta be I don't know if the year thing's really true because it would be. Why would they have? I know Plymouth's a big, but would it be weird to have a Thanksgiving parade after Thanksgiving?
Okay, I think you're taking the year too literal. You can say a year and it'd be like, oh, 360 days.
Yeah.
Saying a year is rounding up. Doesn't have to be 360
Yeah. The
days
only
later.
thing it doesn't really say is like when Thanksgiving Day is this year later. It's just everything's Thanksgiving themed.
Well, the dinner that's being prepared at the end
Is
would
that
be
on
on
Thanksgiving
Thanksgiving.
Day?
Why would he not set up this whole thing to happen on that day?
I don't
That would
know.
that would make no sense. So, and the movie's called Thanksgiving. I have enough evidence to
Okay.
imply that it's on Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving
Maybe.
Day parade on Thanksgiving,
Oh
most
yeah,
likely.
Thanksgiving's not an exact day. It's just the third Thursday of November. I was trying to think like, do the Instagram post could they pose the day of? But Thanksgiving isn't a day of holiday. I don't know. There's totally no problem if it is. For me, I'll say that.
Little detail with the music I liked was in the diner.
Oh, I
There
think you got
was
what I got.
the song, right? Looking to
Uh,
bury the hatchet, and then it
yep,
cuts to a hatchet.
yep. At 1650,
Yeah,
I do have
yeah,
that.
saw that.
Um, I completely blanked it because he's not a huge character. But what I was talking about, the whole thing of like Knives Out, like the event and something not happening or whatever. I guess that works with LaBelle, the new deputy.
What do you mean?
Like he wasn't there at the Black Friday a year prior.
No, but it was still early in the movie. It wasn't like halfway through the movie.
Yes, no, 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 I didn't mean Knives Out for one of like the time frame of that. I meant more of like the the suspect of what could be wasn't during the event of what occurred. I'm trying not to spoil Knives Out just in case, but like LaBelle isn't a normal civilian in the crowd or anything that we see of at Black Friday, and he's a new deputy in town a year later after the event.
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing they did with Bobby. Bobby's been gone for a year. What could happen? This guy's new to town, so what would he be? He's obviously he's also a cop, so the military background thing could be another.
Well, yeah, but Bobby was there. He got his arm hit or broken.
Well, they could have pulled a he was there all along thing at the end if they wanted him to be the bad guy. They could have shown
They
he
could,
was in the
yeah.
crowd. We just didn't see it. Um, Definitely possible if they wanted to do that avenue.
Okay. I guess I kind of okay. I don't like the trope that if it could have been that for LaBelle, but I do like that a new character's in and his first interaction is putting on the mask saying I could get used to it to play into the possibility.
It's definitely heavy-handed with
Yeah, it's
the
definitely the
visual.
red herring at the
Yeah.
beginning.
I mean, he's got the right build, which is good.
I
Paperwork
think he's
heavy
actually too
suspect.
tall, but
Yeah, he's pretty similar to Eric. But yeah, he's definitely not Mitch.
No, Mitch, not a great candidate there.
I don't think Detective Chu would have been a great candidate either. One of
No,
my
he
least favorite characters in this whole movie.
character, you say?
Yeah, he's got a name and he's got speaking lines, but for a detective, he does kind of jack all.
the police kind of do Jekyll in
Uh,
general.
it that
I mean,
yes,
they
but
just show up to the crime scenes. They
And
that
investigate.
and
plays
Jack
into something
in
I
the
think is really good.
and Chu is more of a CSI though, so you wouldn't expect him to do much other than even this evidence lab. right?
That's true.
Yeah,
He's not a detective.
but he doesn't get into any breaking ideas on something, or even like leading more into a red herring of an idea. Like there's nothing really of him.
The best faith interpretation I can make of the film is that the sheriff fiddles with evidence. So he does. So the CSI guy doesn't have any breakthroughs because the sheriff has access to all the evidence.
I agree with that, which I think is a very strong case to work with in this movie. Is that Eric is the sheriff?
Yeah, they definitely could play around with that a lot. I think as much as disastrous as his teleporting skills at the school scenes are, I do think it helps tremendously that he is the sheriff for the fact that they just don't swarm the fucking building.
I think with him being sheriff helps potentially the most is the house that they were in, the John Carver house, because it got
Yes.
ransacked and stuff, and no one investigated the basement. So
Well,
if he,
he calls it in. So theoretically, he could have moved in after that event too. There's not really anything like that states that he didn't move in like after all that happened.
That is true. And how much does he have to move in? Just the table? I mean, how much of that is
Just
probably
to
already there? He just has to,
yeah,
tidy
oh,
things up.
that just gets into speculation.
Yeah,
We don't know what it looked like before.
we don't.
yeah. In either way, it does help. That's pretty much the
I'm sure
takeaway
he didn't
for that.
install an oven, but
Not likely,
Yeah.
but also not impossible. He had a year to prep.
He could have installed that would have made a lot of scenes better is something to tie the oven closed
Or a lock of some sort, I
or a
guess.
lock, anything.
oh, I see what you're
I
playing at.
have it. That's probably as much as that's probably my least favorite kill, but we'll get to that.
Yeah,
Ryder, it's too
we
hot.
shall get
It's too hot. Okay.
toasty in here.
Yeah, get toasty. Well, I am in a desert right now, so
The historical landmark has. I like the line of when the Carver house is ransacked and the historical landmark has been trashed and Thomas doesn't care about the location, but more so about the money in the
Commercial
commercial
got
and
canceled.
the positivity
Yeah.
of his family being spread to like clear up his
Yeah.
name.
yeah. I mean that makes sense considering his focus, and I do like that there's not much for it. I do like the setup they have with the relationship between him and Jess. Like he still listens to Jess. He's just a little slow on the uptake, you know.
Yeah, especially the scene later where he actually apologizes and like he's
Yeah,
trying. I do like that, but he's not getting the
yeah.
hint that he's not playing to like, hey, you gotta like Kathleen, she's a part of the family kind of thing, which seems to be like when that's played in a movie, it's like avoiding or ignoring the cries of what the other person's trying to tell you, but it's also not just yelling at Kathleen like I hate her kind of thing. It's like actually them being mature about the situation and talking to one another, which I really like.
Yeah, I like that too. It circumvents a lot of the, for lack of better words, CW drama that might otherwise be induced.
Yeah.
Because, um, yeah, I like there's a difference between like loving your parent and then loving your step parent that you don't like. So it's mature in a way that her father isn't necessarily forcing her to love Kathleen, but still like, hey, you can still love me and not love her, and it's not overt. I like that they don't really focus on that, but that's one of the underlying themes that can go with that in the sense that when they focus on their relationship in their small bits, which I do like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find Thomas to be interesting because he's supposed to fill the role of like the greedy businessman, but I never really got the vibes off. Even with the guy, we're keeping it open, still keeping the sale and all that. It didn't feel like the stereotypical malicious, greedy man. It's just he's
He
passionate
was,
about it.
yeah, there's a there's an interesting balance that they worked in with him. Is that he's very nuanced. Like I could definitely see. I mean, especially after half a body is hanging from his store and he wants to keep it open still. I would definitely that's definitely attributes to greed, but there's also a lot of nuance that goes into that as well with the sense of yeah, he's just trying to put on a strong face, strong front. Like this won't
And they care for
break.
his family,
Yeah,
which
like
really
it
plays
won't.
into Thanksgiving.
Yeah, that's why he wants to do. Another reason why he might want to do the family commercial is that he's trying to put on a strong face because of what's happened and things like that. It's they so there is the greedy aspect there, but it's not. It's there among the other character attributes, which I like.
And it toys with giving him a reason of motive, possibly himself being the killer.
Oh, I never saw him as a potential because of the body thing we already discussed. But
Oh
if
yeah, I forgot about that.
His build's a little off, but still, like, before the killer's even shown, kind of thing. Because the first real full body shown of the killer is when the waitress gets killed.
Lizzie,
And we see him sharpening the axe, but that's not a full body shot. So until that point, it kind of plays with the possibility of just motives of people who could be. But I guess that after that first kill, it does rule out whose body fits the look. Unless also playing into the idea of if it's more than one killer.
yeah.
So, um, Crimson, let's go to you. You got something?
Oh, I'm sure I've got something around here. All right, I'll go to uh, hmm, Ryan. Yeah, I'll go with Ryan and his inclusion with the group now. He's been invited to the diner. He's got these tickets to the Steelers game, I believe it was.
Steelers
And
and Patriots.
yeah,
Woo.
and he seemed to have won over Evan with that, at least in that scene. And Ryan is such an interesting character in the aspect that he he's a character, but he leaves no mark with me personally, and I don't know if he did have the same feeling with you guys.
Yes,
I
I see
guess.
what you're saying, and I think it
Yeah.
helps play into the possibility of him being the killer. But it's not giving
Uh,
much of a motive.
yeah, I think I know what you're saying. Would you please define Mark for me, just so I can give you a more detailed answer?
uh, oh, um, well,
Impression, maybe.
sure, I guess it's nothing about him is memorable, uh, other than, of course, we're covering the movie in depth. But there's no like, oh, that's a cool Ryan moment, or he's complex in some degree. He's very surface level, yet he
Yeah,
has presence. It's
yeah,
kind of weird.
yeah. I think the only time that I felt there was some depth to his character, and mind you, it's very service level because it's playing into the killer. He might be the killer aspect at the time. So that's very much overshadows it. Is when he drives up and sees Bobby's tow truck in the driveway of Jess's house, and he kind of just looks angry and keeps driving on. Um, that for me, I think was the only time where we approached something that wasn't like surface level. Um, but again, that's red herring whether he's the killer. So it serves a different purpose rather than like, other character facets.
Yeah, and he has that
Um,
little scene with Scott in the bedroom.
yeah. So there are they try, I think, to make him more than just a surface level character. But I agree he doesn't really leave much of a mark because I I I'm gonna be honest. I think you could just cut him out of the film and nothing changes.
Oh, are we bringing that up? is
I think
is
the only
Ryan cuttable?
I think the only thing that would have to change is the argument scene with Bobby because Bobby needs a reason to not be in the film until dragged in later
Yeah,
by the sheriff. Because
Ryan
yeah, because
really
this fight.
plays into Bobby.
Yeah, there's a couple scenes where it could be relevant, but it's it's really weird because even those are super superficial. Like the idea of the inverse now of, Bobby gonna chase Ryan off again, only to find out that he's dating Jess, which adds only to their specific dynamic and it goes nowhere else. And then their fight outside of the school, that where the sheriff has to separate them both, and they both aren't allowed to leave their house or whatever for a while. Because like even those scenes are important plot wise, but add nothing to the character overall.
Yeah, I don't think he's removable just because of the Bobby connection with him, but
Yeah, I
I
agree.
don't like him as a character
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
like I said,
because he is nothing
I think he's
to
too
me.
tied to Bobby, but because also Bobby backing off or fighting back ish on to Ryan gives them both a possible motive of possibility. Like
yeah,
Ryan's could be for protection of Jess, and Bobby's could be for like also protection of Jess. But like a reveal of anyone could be like a twisted mind of reason.
yeah. The easiest way to justify his presence in the film is make a payoff where Ryan and Bobby have to work together at some point at the end. I
Yeah, I
think
would
that
make
would
that better for him.
I think that would justify the everything that we've seen so far, because you're right, everything is surface level. But I think if at the end they work together on something, that would then justify everything that happened. Even if it was still surface level and it's very simplistic, it would still add character depth. Like they're both willing to set aside their differences for this one thing.
I guess there could have been a scene like that if they were both allowed to be in the parade.
Well, I mean,
I
what if we had like Ryan trying to investigate in the background to help Jess? Like we, he doesn't do anything. Then that could explain why he was gone the whole time. He was trying to investigate.
Yeah, like he like in the
Ooh,
sense that he noticed that that's what Bobby was helping with, so he also wanted to help with, with that, and he just didn't want to interfere with them, like trying to rekindle their friendship. There was a lot that they could work with that they didn't do for Kevin. There's
Right.
a lot of potential that they just didn't do anything with. I guess is would be so. Ultimately, all this to say is a very long-winded way of saying I agree with your assessment on this character, Crimson.
Or it's me saying ooh in there somewhere.
well, if he was investigating the background, that could play into like just wanting to be over with it and could push Jess away from Ryan and more towards Bobby, which could infuriate Ryan, which could play into that. But that's not a thing. So
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of other ways they could have added depth potentially to this character that they just didn't.
no, they just chose to. Their choice of the plot of the movie is to remove him to play into where is he around scenes of the killer kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah. I find it to be a little expensive for a Thanksgiving party to be a $25 entry fee.
I mean, that's they kept poking at. Like, is it worth it? Uh, and then who's Black Sabbath?
Oh, that
But
I'm with McCarty on that. Get those kids out of here.
uh, I don't know. I don't think it's too egregious for a school party, right?
Well, it kind of depends. Like if you're assuming if alcohol is like provided to you without you having to pay for it, that actually would make sense as an entrance fee.
Yeah, and this party seems to be the bee's knees. Everyone who's anyone can be there.
Wow, what
It's
era are
true.
you from?
A better time, I guess.
I
I
thought you
like
just want to be a normal guy with normal knees, Crimson.
well,
Exactly.
um I like the choice of usage. It's horror has become a desensitized kind of genre of nowadays of there's modern technology to avoid situations, right? To like help in need. Um, and the ploy that's been used a lot in like modern movies is like out of cell service or battery died. I like
Okay,
that the
yeah, I see where you're
killer uses an Instagram account to play with his victims, kind of thing. I like the modern
going.
usage of that's included. He's
Oh,
not
that's
like
Yeah,
interesting.
dropping mail in their mailboxes or sending, ransom
like the
looking magazine notes or
mhm. Yeah, I see it. And then I don't know. They kind of just passed over it with like it's untraceable. Okay, I mean, at least they acknowledge it, and because they say it's untraceable, it is now untraceable, but totally
Yeah.
traceable.
well, it is, yeah, because they're saying when the
I
post is
think
made, the phone goes off. So they don't know when the post will be made. There's no pattern to it.
yeah. At least it's mentioned, so kind of puts a band-aid on the potential problem there.
Yeah. And they don't have someone
Um,
like around the clock waiting for a signal to pop. But
I
when they
did
do get a
find it.
signal to pop, they go on it. So
Yeah, I did find it annoying that everybody in the friend group gets the same post and they all ignore it simultaneously. Like, oh, it's just some guy with no followers, and like that's the reason they're gonna ignore this.
as high schoolers and the kind of the clique of jocks and you know ish, I think it kind of fits, and I think it's a workable line that Yo just goes, "Oh, it's a fake, no followers."
I could see like if they all got it independently, but as a group, that
They
I do
collectively all
think
got it
they'd
at
be
the
like,
same time.
yeah,
Yeah, it
There's
pinged all of them.
you, yeah. So like, I see what you're saying, Springs. I think that could be the ultimate takeaway, but the fact that there's no discussion and they dismiss it immediately is my issue with that. I think they're because they got all of it at the exact same time would be indicative enough to at least have a conversation about it before it's dismissed.
Okay, could certainly see it as a prank kind of thing, and then just like forgetting about it. What I found weird is a line later when Jess is looking at it and she goes, "Oh, it has all our names on it." And the two examples she shows
And
is
then they
her,
noticed, yeah.
but the two examples are Thomas, her dad, and her. Like that's in the photo. It's not of anyone else. It's of her family and not the friends. I
yeah,
found that
fair.
weird. Like if I
Yeah,
came up to you guys and it's like, "Hey, look, we've been tagging something," and I scroll in and it says like my dad's name, but not Crimson or Ryder. Like, but I'm saying it's for you guys. Like that seems weird.
well, you can be tagged without being in a photo, right?
Yeah, you just get added at, which is what happens here with Instagram. They're just connected in the feed of like added, so it's pinned to them. But the
Hmm.
photo doesn't have. I mean, I don't know whose name is on the left plate, but the center one or the right one is Thomas and Jessica.
Social media stuff outside my
Um, I
wheelhouse.
What do you mean
I
outside? No,
feel
no, no.
like
Hang on. Whoa. What do you mean outside your wheelhouse?
Social media stuff.
If a photo had my dad's name on it, and then a photo next to it that said Sprinks, and I come up to you two and go, "Guys, it's us. The table's set for us," and it doesn't have your names on it,
the
that's not
the the
weird.
in the easy in film explanation to fix this is just have more than one photo. So like have multiple angles of the table so you get everybody else's names.
Yeah. Or Instagram reel, like just multiple swipes of like, oh, now it has all our names attached. Not the only example given to the camera of the movie, not have anyone else's name attached.
Yeah, but don't you like inferring that stuff, Sprinks?
If it the second photo shown is the waitress and the security guard, and if they just swipe to show their names, it's an easy cleanup. Or if the photo on the left was their name, because we know the table's set, and when we do show the whole table, like later on, everyone is seated where I guess I mean Jessica and Thomas are seated where that first photo shows them to be seated. So who's
Mm.
sitting on the left hand of Thomas? Anyone remember?
Left hand of Thomas. Was it the
I don't.
cheerleader, or the jock cheerleader guy?
Oh, the one who gets her neck
The
corked
neck.
with the wine
Yeah,
and
was
blood.
it that guy? And
Maybe.
the cheerleader next to him. Was the cheerleader at the Black Friday thing?
Yes,
I
she
I
is the girlfriend to the Hanover guy, um, who's the boyfriend who gets his neck snapped. They're the two who are
Oh
in
yeah,
the
I knew
front
who
gate.
that was. Okay, she was at the front. I didn't remember her being there. But, yeah.
She didn't
All
have a
right. Well,
very memorable role at all.
well, no, they didn't focus on her at all. I mean, they
No.
focused on him and Lizzie, the diner lady. But
I don't know what role she had that went into effect to kill Amanda.
well, I mean, his motive was also just these people were greedy.
Yeah, he's just trying to find anyone identifiable in the footage.
Which I think, well, that's just jumping way too far, I guess, for me to touch
Well,
on it.
when I thought of that, when
Say that
he's like just trying to find anyone identifiable, I'm like, then he's gonna kill like 60 people.
half the town. I was there's more than 60 people
Well,
there,
yeah, but I just
but
mean like the back of heads he probably can't identify, but
they're
Carver would be
moving
killing a
around.
lot of people.
He'd have more luck just poisoning the water.
Yeah,
Yeah, but then it plays into the whole killer's got to explain his motives and talk to reasonings and
Yeah, got him monologuing.
yeah.
I don't know. There's a couple moments where I think his character breaks.
A few times, yeah.
Oh, it's further on though.
When they're at the diner, at the Capotane diner, and was it Yulia asked for a vanilla frap, and the waitress asks, "Do you want Jimmy's?" and she wants extra Jimmy's. What's a Jimmy?
Not slang I'm familiar with.
That's just something I don't. Oh,
not
okay,
not slang. Not slang. I'm familiar with either. To be honest with you,
okay,
I know like you know, fish and chips, and chips obviously refer to French fries in the UK.
yeah.
And you're not going to get potato chips. You're getting French fries, which is weird to think about. But
But are like Jimmy's like
it's one of those things where I
sprinkles?
just don't understand.
It would be something
Maybe
added
could be
to
sprinkles.
a frappuccino.
It could be. Uh,
Hey, if you're from Plymouth, Maine, let us know if that's a common phrase said, or
Pretty
maybe
sure it's like
maybe it's just an East
Massachusetts.
Coast thing. I don't know.
All right.
I just looked it up.
Transportation thing.
Jimmy's are sprinkles used as an ice cream topping.
Oh, well, looky there.
It
There you go,
looks
audience. We no longer need you, but thanks for trying.
it's specifically chocolate sprinkles, I think is what it refers to. It's popular in Boston, New England, and yeah, East Coast regions. Yep. So it works.
Okay. If the name isn't given away, I'm more familiar with sprinkles.
I could not tell Springs.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. There's a shot. I know I keep headlighting a lot of my notes here. A shot I really like of when the waitress at night sees the John Carver mask and like puts it on, puts it, looks at it, and the door and there's a lot of instances like this that I really like throughout this movie. The door in the background of the diner, you can see the John Carver looking through the window.
Yeah, yeah. Find
There's
the
a good
double
chunk.
doors there.
There's a good chunk of blink and you miss it moments of Carver in the background that I really
I think
like.
the best one's with the Russian girl.
Agreed.
Right, you see his shoulder or whatever
Yeah,
when
I
she
think that
turns
is
around the door.
played so well because the immediate scene before is her putting on contacts to see better.
Mhm.
And then it's played that she didn't see it.
It was
Yeah, I agree. There's a
good chunk.
lot of that sprinkled throughout the film.
Sprinkled. I see what you did there. Jimmy.
Yeah, I know.
Jimmy'd
Clever,
around the film.
haha. Jimmy around the film. You know what? I'm gonna save that one. I'm gonna use it.
All right.
um,
Yeah, I think it's
I
23 minutes 30 seconds for a timestamp.
yeah, I think the first death. Uh, I like the concept of the frozen door to wet face.
The first Carver death. Yeah.
Yeah, the first Carver death. I like the concept a lot to the wet face to the door. I could not remember if he held her against the door for longer than a few seconds.
He
It was just a
did.
couple
It was a
seconds.
couple seconds.
Right.
I think
Two
we
or
Okay.
needed to
three.
see the.
I
Wasn't
think
very
it's
long.
I don't know how cold
eh,
the freezer is. That's my thing. I think like if you turn
Oh,
the temp
it's
or something to.
below freezing.
Yeah.
yeah. I think so. There's to be clear, I do think there's plausibility for this to work. At least the intention of having her like frozen against the door, screaming for a second while she's trying to rip her skin off to get away. Um, I do think there is an element to this that works. Um, I don't think, however, it would rip off as much skin as it does.
No, I think the ice
Her,
that's connecting your face to the door would break before your skin rips off.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a little. It's
um,
over the top, but it's still a.
yeah,
It's a good detail of being doused in the water before the stick, and it's not just like sticking to the door.
yes, I did like that. The fact that I thought she was gonna be drowned at first. I'm like, okay, and then he pulls around. I got confused, and then I saw the frozen door stick. I'm like, oh, this is creative. Good job, I guess, on like your kill. I guess. Um, I think that I think it would not have ripped off. Realistically, it would not have ripped off enough of her face for the
ID not to
facial
read.
recognition. Yeah, she still would have the facial recognition would have still worked on her, and she would have still gotten into her phone. That being said, I do appreciate the attempt to circumvent it
Yeah,
because it's a very hard thing in a modern film to get around.
I think the facial recognition is a modern usage, and because of the face damage, it doesn't work. But I think it would have been a little better if the face recognition wasn't in, and it was just like her fingertips are ripped, and she
Yeah,
has no
the
to
interesting
get in, and it's
it
bloody screen.
it would still work without the facial recognition, like the scene. I mean, just not getting her phone to work because one of the things I actually dislike about Apple phones, and that's what she has, is that it works based off of heat. So like the heat from your finger is what allows the the technology to work. So if you use like the back of a pen and you warm it up, like you breathe out heavily on it or something, and then drag it across the screen, it'll work. But it won't work obviously if it's just been left out and it's not warm. So it's a very interesting way to kind of how to use technology.
Yeah, if she
And obviously
was
with the fact,
less panicked and a little more smarter in the moment, she definitely could have opened her phone by just using her other hand
yeah,
to punch in the numbers. But the fact that like her bloodied fingers are all over the screen, she did that to herself.
Well, she could have
yeah,
used her knuckles too, which is what I wrote
yeah.
down.
Yeah, so there's always some workarounds. But again, I do appreciate the attempt at circumventing technology, which is what you have to do when you're setting your horror film in a modern era, which is why a lot of people don't do that.
Yeah.
Fear Street.
Yeah.
Would going over this death, would the force of a car? This is a real
No,
MythBusters.
No.
no,
Okay,
No
no,
one.
no. That's not MythBusters. It's a
This I don't need
that
MythBusters
is
for this. This is just a
busted.
physics problem. It is
You're
not working.
talking about the force of it would shut the lid and cut
to
someone in
cut
half.
someone in
Is that
half.
what your question is?
Yeah.
No,
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 absolutely not. She might have broken her leg, but absolutely
not getting cut
not.
in half from that.
Because the car was not the force that's cutting her in half. It's the
The
top
lid
of the
falling.
garbage.
Yeah,
It's falling. It's the top of the garbage that's cutting her in half, which is why it doesn't work. It would
Yeah.
leave a bruise.
Just
uh,
trying to piece it. Okay.
but
I don't know if it's like a whole momentum thing, but okay, yeah.
it's not. I know
yeah,
what you're trying to go for. It's not happening.
it's very cool visually. Not possible.
It would work if there was a bladed edge on the lid,
Yeah, a
but there's
serrated.
nothing.
Well, that Yeah, it would be a. It has to be a really, really sharp bladed edge, like a guillotine. And even then, I don't think it's going fast enough to cut the body in half. So you'd have to have a fucking like serrated like chainsaw going here to kind of speed up the process.
Yeah, I mean, even with guillotines, there were times where it didn't even cut through the head or the neck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
They
that's
had to,
true.
isn't that nearly headless?
yeah. So even with
Nearly
a tool
headless. Why do they
designed
call
to
you
cut body
nearly
parts,
headless?
Yeah.
and I don't know, there was some like he happened to have her keys. He was there way before her when she could have escaped like through
Okay,
the back
what do you
door.
mean by her keys?
Whatever the keys for the vehicle were, she was
Okay.
looking for them.
The
Yeah.
only part of the only benefit to that is I think she has her purse left out while she's closing up.
Well, yeah, but that means he expected her to get away.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
Yeah,
There's a lot of other issues that crop up with that, but I'm just saying he does technically have the ability to get to them before the scene even starts.
uh, I'm very neutral on just using the excuse that he's a sheriff and he probably knows how to get into a car.
Well, they didn't have to after the scene where she's like, "Where's my keys?"
Yeah, I guess it also plays into that then, that he took the keys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was some conveniences being played here for this circumstance to become reality.
Definitely, this is definitely some plot bending around what they want the story to be.
Yeah.
Because like I said, it's
Well,
definitely a visually striking death.
when she was out looking at the mask and putting it on, he's already in the diner, so he could have taken the keys then.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what
no,
Ryder was
no.
saying. Is it's possible he could have, but why?
Yeah, the issue that Crimson brings up, and it's a valid point, is that at that point he's expecting her to get away. The only thing that I could think of is why he would want to steal her keys from the beginning is just insurance. But I don't know if he has enough motive for that because he doesn't think she'll get away.
Is that the vehicle he used then to um, take her body and remains? Because we also don't know
Her
where the car.
vehicle,
Yeah, we also don't know
possibly.
where the car winds up. But he takes both halves of her body, so there's got to be blood and evidence all of that vehicle.
M- Makes sense if he did.
Yeah, when they were at the crime scene, I don't think the car was there. At least they didn't show it, so he probably took it.
Okay. There's an instance with a car later that a line used that I think is a problem.
For what?
When the parade, I guess I'll just jump to it. The parade when him as the clown gets in the police cruiser and drives off, and
Mhm.
then the detective Chu says like, "Oh, he was in a civilian car." So there's no way he's in a civilian car. If he was in the police cruiser, don't they have like trackers or something to identify like where those are?
They do have trackers, but he might have disabled it.
Oh,
But there's
okay.
no line saying that the car's tracker was
All right,
disabled.
plays again into sheriff of the police.
I mean, I don't even know if that's knowledge the sheriff would be privy to. Why would the sheriff need to know where the tracker is on the car?
It really plays into how smart he knew his diversion would get the people he needed into that car.
I mean, he did set up the scenario by like let the parade go for the warehouse. So he did plan it
Oh,
out, but
absolutely. He goes, "We know exactly what we're going to do." He was orchestrating all of that, which I think was actually pretty cool. Also the
Yeah.
detail of like the Jess in the school thing when he's outside and he goes, "Hey, anything any small details, is how we get them." I really like that too because if she gave him any answer, that's him improving what to do for the future of himself, which I think is smart.
mhm, he's a cop. He knows what he's doing.
Yep. Smart to a point.
Or to
Mhm.
a point.
But even the play on how he's caught isn't massive. Like
It's just
Eh, I
like
mean, he
that's around the
changed his
town.
outfit, like, but he kept the pants on.
Yeah. Well, it's
He
kind
had a
of a
whole pilgrim
giveaway.
costume, but he kept the pilgrim pants on for his cop uniform.
And his shoes.
So that actually might be an issue. Is using his police uniform as the pilgrim outfit, or vice versa. Either way, he kept the same pants and shoes on.
Yeah.
But that's getting ahead of ourselves again.
I take issue with Jess not showing the sheriff the social media post when they're initially questioning. In retrospect, it's a good choice because he's the killer, but Jess doesn't know that.
No, but she's also at that first instance still withholding information that she has
Yeah, my
about the whole
question, she doesn't
footage.
really have the motive to withhold it, though. And the reason I bring this up is because she doesn't actually care about the family image when it comes to in the way that her dad does. So the motive for her to withhold information isn't there, at least from the sheriff. She could withhold it from her, a friend or something.
Do you th- do you think there's too much pointing at her family? Because the Instagram image shows her dad's name and her name, and then the footage she has is on her dad. Or actually, no, it's on Kathleen since she's the one who hit it.
Um, Not in this instance, no. Because my issue is specifically the social media stuff, or we don't really get a hint that the police are in on that, or they know about it. Because she's in for questioning with whether over um oh the
The precinct.
I don't remember why she's in for questioning initially, but I just know that she didn't give away the like her social media stuff, which I took issue with because even if the sheriff is the killer, Jess isn't aware of that, and it's because of how they've set up the family dynamic with her. I kind of view it as out of character that she didn't share it at that point. It's lucky, but
Um, I'm having trouble remembering the scene in its entirety.
okay.
Jess doesn't
Um,
believe it to be a prank at this point, right? She's
yeah.
concerned because the names match.
Yeah, it's just before that she and Bobby reconnect properly. It's the first scene.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so it's right after they run into the guy selling who sells guns and booze, who's going to be at the party, and then they kind of cut away to the where it's like right after she admits that her father. Yeah. So the police pull her in for questioning. Is pretty much it. Just to kind of as a routine thing, I suppose, because they know everything is related to. At this point, they know everything is related to the Black Friday the previous year, so they pulled her in for questioning, and yeah, not gonna talk out of my ass here. Sorry.
I forgot the point you made.
His
My
point is
point is that
why she didn't share the Instagram
Oh, the
stuff.
Instagram thing. Yeah. Yeah. All I got is the group was like, keep it between us, right? But
um no, that hasn't happened.
No, the group is
hasn't
more
happened
just
yet.
like they don't believe it. Jess seems more
Yeah.
concerned on the matter than anyone else.
Then I agree. Uh, I don't see a harm in her showing it, but she didn't.
Yeah. Like I said, the obviously the reason she doesn't is because the sheriff is the killer, but it's she doesn't know that at this point. So
Well, even the sheriff being the killer, he can say, "Oh, we'll look into it," and then do nothing about it.
that's true. So, but like the fact that she doesn't share it, I view as a problem. It doesn't necessarily change anything in the film. It's something that she would share because she has a lot of suspicions
Yeah.
and
And
worries.
again, the only thing I can think of for that that's not played with is that the only names are of her family, and that it's targeting her family. But then it's like, why is she concerned about the protection of her family with the cops being involved around? Like, if her father was in like a witness protection, not witness protection, but like being on surveillance or something, would that be an issue? Or would it go into if more attention's on her family over the matter of the media, then it could go into the reveal of Kathleen hiding the footage of last year? Is it like a protection towards that? It's a lot of questions, but it's not given.
And nothing's played with.
Yeah. I don't know, she's nervous. That's kind of all that's played. But then it also goes into, I guess she's not the only one withholding stuff, right? Because Bobby brings up how Ryan knew stuff and he didn't say that in his statement. I think to Eric.
Yeah, when Bobby gets questioned later on. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Which another thing of like pointing it towards a different person, which is this movie does a lot of. I do like the little explanation, the little kind of like silly explanation as to why the guy's called Scuba with the cop.
What's his last name?
Yeah. Well, there's an actual explanation as to why he has a funny name.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So I didn't get how Bobby knew she was at the precinct or the police station.
Best faith interpretation, he's there because he's supposed to be questioned. Because he gets questions immediately after her, after their walk.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense if it's
Okay, so it's
that
just a
tracks.
convenient, or it's played as convenience that he's there.
Yeah. It's played as convenience that he's there, and then I think at the end of the scene we see the sheriff come out and want to question him. So I assume he's supposed to be there. They just decided to go off and talk because he wasn't scheduled for his questioning until a little bit later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The end of that, where Eric comes out to get Bobby, has a writing device tool that I don't like. I think it's too corny. Of Bobby looking at the new bust of Carver and saying that's new.
Yeah,
And
but referring it to as to Ryan, like, oh, a lot of things are new here or
he
whatever.
is, but he's not. That's not what comes out till after the next line from Eric. That then he says in response, but it's pointed to Ryan. I don't like the play of that or how that's orchestrated.
When you say play, do you mean just the delivery of the line?
I don't like how the bust is needed to get to that point.
Oh, I see.
Like he
Yeah.
doesn't like look
If
at
it,
them as a couple and go, "Well, this is new," and play more into just them. He's using an
yeah,
outside thing.
I think it would work better if they did one or the other. Like he would just comments that the bust is new and does nothing else because the rest is implied, you know? Because they play off with both, and I don't like the fact that they play with both. So it would be one thing or the other. Like if it was just them, like the Ryan and Jess, he would say things have changed, you know, so something with that effect. But the
Yeah,
fact that they play with both, like
but
they
the
try to
bus
have
wouldn't
their
add
cake and eat it
anything,
too, if that makes sense. Yeah.
right?
Well,
If he
no,
just
I'm
says the
saying
bus is new and then that's it, that doesn't add maybe a transitional usage, but that's
no. Like
nothing.
if he says the bus is new and they don't comment on anything else, that's still implying what he's thinking.
Oh, okay, I see. With the delivery on that,
Yeah. So
it's
like
just not
the
more
idea.
forward towards the two of them.
Yeah. So like if it's just the bust, it would be a subtle way to imply that what he's actually thinking is, wow, a lot of things have changed around here. But they do both, and that's what I don't like about that.
Okay,
So like he comments directly at them and the bust. So for me, it's like have one or the other.
yeah. I just don't like how many elements are needed to get that whole point across. The bust, the couple, and Eric.
Yeah,
It's
I
too
can agree
much.
with that. Too much. I will agree.
And Crimson, did it bother you in any way?
It didn't bother me, but it did have me question: did we really need the bus to be there in the first place? So, I mean, I did write that down. Why is this here? I wouldn't say it bothered me, but I did notice that it's being a little peculiar being placed there.
I mean, it's because it's such a blatant thing that they used to point out. And if they had left it with that, it could have been something more. It would have been more. it would have been an obvious way to point at the subtlety of what the character's actually thinking. But like I said, what ruins that for me is everything else that comes afterwards because it's a bunch of things on top of the bus saying this essentially the same thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's to me that's too much fluff. So
Yeah, I suppose that would be fluff.
I don't know. I know so many people are like, it's 2 lines, get over it, but it's just the way it's handled is it's too much.
I mean, the amount doesn't matter. 2 lines, 4 lines don't matter. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't
Well,
fit.
that's true.
Yeah.
Then again, two
It meant
lines in a movie can really change a lot about a movie.
Yeah,
yeah. One
like
line can change everything about a movie if you're good
Yeah.
enough.
Luke, I'm your father. Imagine if that was cut out.
Yeah.
They just add it in the next movie.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's actually I know you don't like this example, Springs, but I'll go to Tomb Raider. One of the reasons that we had a big debate over the fucking I forgot
Oh,
the
the
actor's
phone
name.
call thing with the guy examining.
Yeah, the guy examining the paper, like, or he's like, my ignorance amuses me, and you got angry that he said it essentially four
Oh,
times. So
that
he
scene.
said the same.
The same thing
Yes,
4 times in a row. Yeah.
yeah. So like the difference between that scene and this scene is that scene for me it works because each time he says it, he's referring to something else in the sense to kind of highlight a different aspect of his character, whether he's being flirty with Laura Croft, highlighting like his value as a businessman or other things. So each line, each time, even though it's repetitive, each line is still giving you something new. Whereas here, it's 2 lines that are telling you the exact same thing, if that makes sense. So that for me, I think would be the most apt comparison to make between the two.
Yeah. Okay.
As to why I think this one doesn't work. Anyway,
Okay, doke.
um,
Well, it's a nice.
I
Oh, never mind. Writer, take it
no,
away.
no, yeah, I was gonna say just I was gonna touch on just Bobby being here overall. I quite like that they're cordial with each other. Again, they're circumventing a lot of the CW drama, even though they have tension between Bobby and Kevin. I do like that it's mostly circumvented.
Yeah. Is it a weird line that Jess is like, "Hey, I saw you yesterday at the diner," and he goes, "No, I got here this morning."
Since nothing came of it, it is actually a bit weird.
Like, then who was that at the
Yeah.
diner?
I mean, I think it was him, but I don't know why he would
Why would he
lie
lie?
about it.
That's just
I
playing
mean,
into the drama of
he
things.
might be the killer.
Yeah.
Why is he lying?
That's
That's
pretty
probably
much
the
exactly
extent of
it.
it.
Yes.
And you know what? This movie kind of gives you 99% that he is the killer, and then Eric steps in and goes, "Oh, there's the 101% that it's Eric."
Yeah, with the whole him taking off the mask in a
Yeah,
warehouse.
that's the way how that's
The
explained is
whole
weird. I don't know why
the
Bobby would keep the mask on.
yeah, the whole story behind that is fucked. We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah,
But it's
yeah, yeah. Okay. Anyway, I was gonna say that it's cool. It's a nice thing that Eric is such still human under the mask to take care of the cat.
oh yeah,
Well, he's
with
not a
the killing the
monster.
security guard.
Yeah,
I did enjoy that. I'm like, oh, I pretty much went, oh, our serial killer is not inherently evil. Neat. And that's pretty
The
much what I wrote in the note of him like feeding the cat.
cat did not help security guard though.
oh, like looking in the kitchen, he goes, "Oh, he's over there and he's under the
Absolutely
table."
not.
No,
Yeah.
it's also a cat, so it's not
Wow.
gonna put out its paw and point at the table.
Yeah, it could turn its head just like it did. No, that's why dogs are better than cats. All right, dog would have barked.
Yeah,
I won't disagree, and I like cats.
no, that was a.
His death, I think, was my least favorite.
It's not
Security
very
guard.
creative.
No, it's quite lacking.
It's not creative, but unlike all the other deaths, goddamn is it efficient.
It's also
Uh,
gory.
yeah, the electric saw thing. I forget what it's called, but
Just an electric knife, turkey
sure,
carver.
turkey carver. Was I wish that was played more with. Other, hey, it's a Thanksgiving device, but he just used it as a knife. If he
Yeah,
used
just
that
to
to cut
stun.
his head off, that would have been more interesting than the using the garrote.
The cheese wire.
Yeah.
It's a very quick one. It's not a lot of like toying.
No. Well, I mean, I guess there's a little bit of toying. You put the mask on the couch, and you let him talk to his cat before
Taking the
dying.
passport and hiding it.
So there was some playing around. How the heck did he get that passport? Was he crawling behind the couch and he just stuck his arm up to grab it?
Oh, you
Uh,
no, you forgot the quintessential rule of filming horror. When it's not on camera, it doesn't exist. So obviously he could just teleport in and teleport out.
He didn't
uh,
teleport. No, no, no. There was a shot of the security guard looking out the window at his friend in the car, and that's where he took the passport. And the camera pans over enough where the end table where the passport is isn't in frame.
Yeah, that's why I'm cracking a joke.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it was touched on earlier that he teleports a lot, so I'm like, this is it. Actually, it's framed in ways where it's not
Yeah,
teleportation.
it's this one is framed in a way that you could get away with it.
It is a little
good
funny
thing he
though that
can
he's
silently
hiding under
open
the
doors.
table. I don't know why. It's just
Yeah.
like a killer like crouching and not behind a door or
I
something.
don't know why. I just had the Pink Panther theme play in my head, just watching the serial killer like sneak around people's houses.
Bottom, bottom,
Yeah,
ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
That's funny.
I feel like that happens in a Scream movie
Wouldn't be surprised.
where Ghostface is like
That
just
would be
sneaking around.
hilarious and awesome.
But the security guard, it's interesting for that one because he said the motives were because of greed, and this one wasn't really greed. It was self
This was
Cowardice,
preservation
right?
or fear. Yeah.
Is it?
So,
Well,
yeah.
it plays into him not doing his job to protect.
I mean, we can make stuff. I'm just saying what he broad stroked saying all these people died because they were greedy. He wasn't the greedy one.
He's greedy for his self worth.
Sure.
I'm glad it definitely would have been more of a ghost face move or, like a little more comedic horror thing when the security guard looks behind his door in his bedroom and he's not there, but then the closet door behind if he was behind that one.
Yeah.
Like that double door take.
Hmm.
In this movie, I think it would have crossed the line of into a little more comedic look. But
I think it would have fit in this movie. There's certainly, this is not a serious movie.
no.
It's I guess I could touch on that a little bit. I wasn't 100% sure whether to be taking the movie seriously or not at times, because there are times where they clearly want me to like take it seriously, and then they do some funny goofy shit in between. So it kind of had a bit of a slapsticky feel, I guess. That's not really the right word, but
No, the kills are definitely slasher approached. And that's the whole message it's going for. But I don't think anything in the movie is really playing to comedic effect.
I mean, I think the climax with the turkey blowing up and all that was meant for more of a comedic thing. There will be no leftovers. That's not serious.
oh yeah, there'll be no leftovers. I'm like, wow, that's was the line.
There's definitely a camp that they tried to fill in this.
Okay. Let's go with the writer for a point.
All right, let's see. I think uh the the police have a public crackdown, so there we get some more like actually, hold on, this is a much better idea. I like the detail that Jessica kisses her mom goodnight via the necklace every night.
Oh, yeah.
with the bracelet. I actually quite like that.
I
Just
like
kind of
that it
a
plays into importance of how important the bracelet is to her.
yes. For me, I guess it's a nice little character detail that I quite enjoy. It's very small. They don't really need to do much with it, and I just like that they keep it consistent because it happens more than once.
Well, it is a bit of a setup and payoff.
Yeah. Uh, uh, you know what the comedic note for me was? The big buff guy reading like a tragic essay or whatever about himself.
Chad. His
Yeah.
name was Chad.
Oh yeah, you're right. His name is Chad. I forgot about that. And then obviously when he like pulls up his shirt to like wipe his eyes, the two girls beside him are like looking at his abs. I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah, when he's
Uh,
walking out of the classroom, they're on each of his arms, like trying to comfort him.
yeah.
Good stuff.
So yeah, that
That
was
that,
definitely
that to
a
me was cute.
comedic element for sure.
Yeah.
That's another thing that doesn't. I guess it plays kind of into Evan, but how Scott kind of tricks him with his homework.
Oh, that's stupid. So
I
uh,
guess I mean I guess I won't dispute that, I guess.
I mean, I guess Scott's been reliable for a month, so why would he assume up to this point he's still not reliable? I don't know. I mean, I would absolutely check the work, but I'm not Evan.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. That to me seemed like a side story that wasn't touched on a much. Just like Evan saying he was going to kill Scott.
Uh, yeah, didn't go really anywhere. Agree. Let's see. Sprinks, did you catch any time discrepancies in this film?
What's that mean? What do you mean time
Oh,
discrepancies?
the depiction of time. Did you catch any? Usually, you're keeping an eye out on that stuff.
Oh, well, your pitch of this makes it sound like you caught it, and there is one. No,
I
I
did.
did not.
Okay, I was just asking. Uh, so during the security footage, 3841, the time on security footage was 17:53, so 5:53. But the time in the clock in the dining room, which right for it, was at 5:03, and we are led to believe that it's pretty closely followed. You need Mitch to drive to work in that time, so it would be a 40-minute roughly drive, I would guess, which doesn't seem right. It's not impossible. Something that I went back
Oh,
to check the clock in the dining room
okay. So
because we had time on the footage.
making sure the locations are lined up here. So the dining room is the beginning dining room with
But
Amanda and
yeah,
Mitch's house. It's
yeah.
5:03.
The the time stamp is at 3:13 where you see the clock where it says 5:03.
Okay, in Mitch's and Amanda's house. And then you're saying
Yeah,
the security footage of the Black Friday event is saying military time is 17:53.
yeah.
Okay, so 50 minutes have passed since then.
Hmm.
I think that's okay because Mitch is already inside the store giving the employees a countdown on like how much they have to set up before. And then the events of what's happening at Jess's house don't necessarily have to be at the exact same time, cutting back and forth to what's happening at Mitch's place. So like their car ride could be 20 minutes after the fact when Jess gets picked up to get to the theater past the Right Mart, whereas Mitch has already been there. So I think that could line up fine because he's saying like we have like 5 minutes, so I guess it opens at 6, and then the disastrous events of outside cause it to start early.
Hmm.
So I don't find that impossible, but 50 minutes
Not
is a little
impossible.
long. but I also don't know how far Mitch lives away from the Right Mart
Yeah, it's not
or how
impossible.
busy the traffic is. Because the only traffic we really see is Evan and everyone in the truck stuck on the road, where everyone's running through the road to get to the Right Mart, and they detour through the exit.
So again, possible.
It is possible.
But yeah,
Um,
did not pick that up.
this is this is an odd question potentially. Is it a problem that Jess just immediately brings Bobby into like uh doing the investigating into like the records that they have? Like without going to Kevin first because Kevin's her boyfriend.
Or Ryan. Um,
Ryan, sorry.
um,
Because it happens I think before they're suspicious of Ryan.
I don't.
Yes,
It's tricky.
I
I
think it.
don't think it's that big of a problem because of their talk they had together with the walk.
Yeah, like obviously the intention with the walk is to like make it so like okay they're okay with each other again. I just because it's such a the reason it stands out as odd to me is that she didn't go to her boyfriend who she would trust more at this point I think than someone who ghosted her for a year
That's a
even
good
with the singular
point.
conversation because presumably her and Ryan talk more than that one singular conversation throughout the year.
Ryan's weird because I mean, we've already talked a bit about Ryan, but I
Yeah.
didn't really feel their relationship either.
I mean you're not wrong. So
Yeah. I do we know how long they've even been together, Ryan and Jess?
No.
It's never stated.
Less than a year is the best
Yeah,
we got on time frame, but we don't know when it started.
so could be a week, could be 6 months. Don't really know her level of trust with Ryan. I don't know. I don't have much on it because we don't get enough on it for me to
Yeah.
formulate
I
anything.
think it's okay. The ghosting is a good play into that, but I think it's okay because of the talk and the fact that Bobby and Jess were dating prior. So they've had a relationship. So they've been to the level of being close with one another.
hmm
But the talk really
okay.
is like it plays into the relevance of what's going on in the movie, not so much of like rekindling an, to the point of like back at a comfort level because of the year of ghosting well, yeah, no, for we don't know exactly when Bobby left, but it's certainly been lot of months because of just saying
Yeah.
ghosting.
Yeah. It sounds as odd to me. I don't know if I have an objective issue with it because, as you said, it still functionally works. I'm just, yeah, it's just a little odd. I think.
It is a little odd. I think it's still okay though. It's way better, I think, that it's Bobby opposed to just using like Evan or Scuba, um, who she's been around, because I feel like they'd be in more of like, I'm gonna take charge of what's happening here and kind of go against Jess because that's kind of who they've been. Opposed to
Yeah. Well, I
Bobby
mean,
and
it
Ryan would
works.
actually listen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason that it is Bobby, of course, is because at the beginning, because they're together at the beginning, and then they're apart at least up until this point.
Yeah, and I think it also plays into the people watching possibly of being like, oh, why are you telling Bobby? Don't tell Bobby. I think he's the killer. Now he knows, and something like that. Well, it's also she finds. Well, actually, it wouldn't be. Maybe it's because she finds in the footage the whole Ryan hugging Doug with Bobby, and if that was with Ryan, then it could be a big problem. Or it could play into just like thinking Ryan's lying, kind of thing. Because what it goes with is that when she turns it in with Bobby, Eric just says that was not in Ryan's statement given, which poses more of a look onto Ryan.
Hmm All right. And do you have anything to add to that, Crimson? Just
Not really.
okay.
No.
Yeah, I was just curious because I'm kind of wrestling with that in my head. It's just because I didn't know if it was an objective issue, like character wise, but I think I'm settled on like if it was anything more than what's happened, I probably would consider it a character issue. But I think it's okay
I
with what
think
it's
it
at. It's
aids
definitely
more into the movie being better that it's Bobby.
yeah,
Because I
it
don't think
helps with
Ryan would
plot.
want Jess to take this information to the police.
I think it's definitely some. I definitely think there's a nick here and there, but it's definitely for the pacing of the plot is why it's this way. I think anyway. It helps keeps the plot moving without us having to worry too much about the character relationships. Because obviously we're watching a slasher and plays to the audience, I guess, with that.
Yeah, and this plays more into which is kind of like the love triangle effect. Like it's playing more into Ryan being the possible killer, and then him disappearing for a bit of the movie, and then it shows that in the scene like it's Bobby, which is like the twist of that. If that's what someone's thought process on was a love triangle, that's a little fun.
That's something I've got is kind of a sound thing. Not something I usually catch. But while she's on the computer, Jess, uh, you hear a bunch of mouse clicking sounds, but she's using a touchpad on a MacBook. No mouse there at all, but you get mouse clicks.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Like
Yes,
the more modern MacBooks have removed like the whole. You don't even have to press down on it anymore, huh?
I mean, even if you do press down on it, it's not the same as a mouse click sound. It's
the
got its own
only
sound.
thing for that is that if it's like a setting to put in a click sound, but that's just stupid.
That's absurd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a
I'm not gonna
possibility,
give
but
the film
that's
that
dumb.
because so many people don't fucking do
No,
that.
and it's not a
So
default setting either. So yeah, that's just a weird sound effect to be added.
a bad sound effect. Like computer sound. Oh, she's using a touchpad on a laptop. Whoopsies. Whoopsie daisies.
And well, does it show the touchpad being used?
Yeah.
Okay, because I do more into if the touchpad was seen but never used, but the clicking sound effect and when you don't see the mouse, I think I could be more on there's a mouse that's just not shown. But if the trackpad's seen being used with the sound, then yeah, that's doesn't line up.
Yeah, they show it.
Okay.
I guess there's a subversion here that I don't know if I enjoyed it. It just amused me in a small way. But the bully character humiliating himself with the essay that the kid was supposed to work on for him.
Yeah, Scott writing the paper for Evan, and then it's just
Yeah.
something the teacher wrote.
Yep.
Not on her own blog. Yeah.
Which I mean, it plays a little into like Scott being fed up because he said, where's my payment? And he said that a month ago, so he's not getting anything out of it. So it was his breaking point.
Yeah. And I guess it's, the twist here is it's not really a bullying dynamic. It's more of just a bribery dynamic that you're failing to keep up on your payments, I guess, which is an interesting thing to think about. I guess there's a subversion in there that I quite enjoy. Um,
But it just plays into
but
Evan saying he's going to kill someone.
yeah,
Yeah, I suppose so.
he's gonna kill the little kid. Yeah.
Well, he might be the killer. He's willing to kill somebody.
Well, Evan, yeah, I
Uh,
don't think Scott could be the killer.
I do. What is it? The makeup room that they're all in next, where they're like the cosmetology practice room with all
Yeah,
the
what
heads and
what
makeup.
class is that? I'm not
Cosmetology.
okay. I'm not
In high
familiar with
school,
that.
though,
It's rare, but it
It's a
exists.
toss. Okay.
It's not. It's yeah. I'm just gonna leave it at that. It's rare, but it does exist. There are electives that typically allow you to go into that arena and stuff like that to prepare for cosmetology college and stuff like that.
Yeah, but don't you usually have to go somewhere to like shadow? Yeah, it's not in the school.
Eventually, yes. It kind of depends. Like I said, it's rare,
Well, if the
and this is a
teacher's
high
already in that
school.
field,
Well,
teacher.
it's not just about that. It's the real estate being used in the school. You have to have a whole room. You got to have a budget designated for all the supplies.
Yeah.
Uh,
So it's possible. It's just rare.
Yeah,
That's pretty much what I chop it down to.
I guess I could go with that. It's a this is a big school. That's a big looking room. The weird thing to me about it is that it's just like a hangout spot.
Yeah.
It's got windows to like the
I
front of the school. Like anyone can see anyone in that room.
I thought it was weird that it was their hangout spot. It's still a cool room to set up for what's going to happen later. It's just an odd hangout spot. So my assumption is that someone has an elective in the classroom, or they they just know it's not being used right now.
Yeah. Um, the murder of
The cheerleader.
I don't even know if they have names. Yeah, the cheerleader and the Hanover guy.
mhm.
Uh,
uh,
they're not well. The cheerleader is more clever or more creative of a kill than the dude.
Yeah, definitely.
the fun thing about this, I like the fact that everybody in the gym is in on the fact that they're hooking up
Oh yeah, as soon as he leaves, they all stop working out.
and laugh. Yeah. Well, they all laugh. They all laugh at the fact that he's, leaving out with the cheerleader. Uh, I think the next snap is too far because that to me was a lot of
Superhuman.
force.
Pretty
It was
pretty
pretty
strong.
brutal, pretty brutal. But we're talking like uh, trending towards Captain America level strength in order to do that so quickly and quietly because he doesn't
Yeah.
even scream.
No, I guess yeah, I guess so. Especially for he's not a weakling.
Yeah.
No, he's got some muscle in that neck for
Yeah,
sure.
and I think
I
it's.
don't know. And it,
I was gonna go with the girlfriend, the cheerleader, looking in the opposite direction to give like a tease of her backside helps her peripherals of Carver being able to go onto the trampoline.
yeah,
She's busy giving a striptease. I've never thought I'd see a trampoline striptease before, but I guess thanks, film. That's a new one.
and they're like, hey, I want more.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. It's
Okay.
another time of well, I'm going to assume they do this pretty frequently, this trampoline routine, because how else would the sheriff know that they were going to be in here?
They might shack up in that room all the time, but
Because this is
the
during
tramp
school. I mean,
it's implied
or
that the trampoline striptease is new. Like she's been
that's
practicing that
that's what
specifically.
it seems like.
Yeah.
So
So
why?
but they might
Why
shack up in there regularly because it
I
looks
don't
more like a
know why
storage
Eric
area.
would risk this because he also takes their bodies out. We don't know when. He could have just hit them for later.
That's true. He
But
hides in the
there's
balloon neck.
blood. There's, I mean, the broken neck guy, you could hide that. There was no blood, but he got stabbed repeatedly.
Yeah,
You'd have to stick around and clean that up during school. That doesn't seem very wise, says the sheriff.
Yeah. This is going to be a newer question. Is it after school hours and then that's just electives like sports after school club
this
where
one,
And
cheerleaders are
it could
doing their thing?
be,
I
but it's
think.
still a
Well,
risk.
I
Oh
think
yeah, I agree. It's still a risk.
this one is during school. I think the kidnapping of Evan and Gabby is after school.
Yeah, there was nobody around in the building for that one.
Yeah. Okay, that
So
works. It works.
What's a
Just
little
with it's
weird is the motive to kill the cheerleader and the boyfriend, but to keep Evan and Gabby alive.
what was the reason he gave? Like,
they were greedy, but the other
okay,
ones were worse because they were gloating or something.
yeah, something like that. I know the cheerleader. I know the cheerleader. I know the killer tried to justify that. I don't know if it was strong enough because it might have been strong enough if I knew who these characters were
I didn't even realize it was
outside of
the
being a
doc
kinky
guy
couple.
from the beginning.
Yeah, I recognized him. The cheerleader was the one who just seemed like a nobody.
Yeah. And I guess going towards what I hinted
I
at
mean, she
earlier with
doesn't have a
him,
name.
not that I picked up on though. Something that I felt like damaged the sheriff as a character was him killing that cop later in the
Oh, in the back during the
Russian ladies'
parade.
home.
Oh, that
Well,
guy.
no, the one that's even more egregious. The parade one, that guy's in his way of his goal, but this cop was about to leave the house. he
That's
was, he was, he was going out the
yeah,
door.
that's
He
something
had
I'm
nothing to do with anything.
questioned on. Did he die? Because it looks like he's using the same
Could have been the sleep
tranquilizer gun.
dart, I guess.
Yeah,
Because when
I
he
was
shot
gonna
the
ask you.
dad, I questioned if that was a nail gun. Because he's got this big thing sticking out of him. But then it's like he uses that same weapon when they're in the car later.
Yeah,
So I
could
think
be
he
a
Could
knocked
have
them
been the
out.
sleep dart. That would make it better. The cop was also leaving though, so I don't even know
yeah.
why he needed to do
Yeah.
that.
I had to look it. I had to look it up. I do think. Well, I had to kind of go back and like think on those particular moments. I do think he's using the trank gun in both instances, which is actually a good detail for him. Like he's not out to kill innocent people and his coworkers.
Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah, that helps. He's not just killing anyone. I
Yeah,
think
that's why I
also.
thought it was damaging his
Except for the
character.
turkey man, whoever that was. Sucks to
Oh,
Well,
be
no,
him.
he was at the Black Friday
yeah.
thing. They showed that in the footage.
Oh,
Eh,
then.
they had the line saying, "Oh, he plays the turkey mascot at the parade."
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, they laid the breadcrumbs for that.
Oh, then you know what? Yeah, it makes sense that Turkey Man died. What doesn't make
The
sense.
grandpa and the
Oh, the
boat.
grandpa. Whoa, what a kill. That is the
Unre-
most blunt weapon damage. Sorry, D&D talk. The most like blunt kill damage to go into piercing.
yeah, I and the fact that the float wasn't tied down properly, I take an issue with. But it's fine. You get a cool kill out of it, I guess.
Yeah. Or just the two girls. Grandpa, wake up, wake up, and his nose is in his forehead. Like,
No, I wish we had a scene of Eric like being upset that he just killed this innocent guy or
maybe,
something,
yeah.
acknowledging it.
Well, maybe he didn't know.
How does he not know?
Well, he's over by the turkey.
No,
He's
but
kind of
stuff
more of the head
happened
of the parade.
after this. He would have heard, "Oh my
Yeah, he
gosh,
would have
this
heard the
person
death of that.
died."
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's the death he would have heard like a few hours, like not even hours later. It was just heard like 30 minutes later when he has to pretend like rush show up to the parade to help out because he's the sheriff.
Yeah, I guess that's the one accidental kill because of his actions that occurred. That
yeah,
was not
so
intended.
if we had a scene of him referencing that later, I don't know where they would have put it in, but I do think it would be necessary because it
Oh
goes
well,
contrary to his character motives.
it's easy. Throw it in where he's monologuing. That's the
Yeah, I mean, you
time.
could.
But sorry to
It
go quickly to go off of what Crimson said about the not letting the guard or the cop leave, like when he was leaving to trank him. I think that's just to get clarity that the guard is where he knows he'll be, just in case something occurs or a scream or something in the house when he's going after Eula to get him to come in, because then he's got a gun on him and it could be a whole thing. It's just like a certainty that he's taken care of.
I agree with that. Yes. And you mean like in the sense that like he just knows where he's just taking care of the security guard in order to prevent a potential problem?
Yeah, like if he just like let him leave the
Yeah.
house thinking he's leaving, and then Eula like screams and the guard comes in with a gun drawn, that could be more of like a issue that could occur.
Yeah. I agree with that. Definitely there's definitely a bit of tension with that choice. I think it was right after that when Eula dies, after she gets buzzsawed to death. Um, I noticed a kind of a repeating shot, which is kind of the slow zoom out from like a close in, a close up on to Jess's face, so we can kind of see the slow deterioration of how everything's getting to her.
Yeah, The
Uh,
people around that
Or
she knows is building up onto her.
yeah, I think she's not the best actress, but I think she does enough. So I don't really have any huge qualms with her.
well,
There are some lines that I'd like to be better delivered, but I think overall she does a good job, especially in those close up. Those close up shots do our exposure. I think are kind of the measure of what I would want to see. I guess.
yeah, I think she did pretty all right for that.
Crimson, were you going to say something during that?
I was just going to agree,
Oh, okay.
and I was also stretching, so I guess that might have came through.
Well. Something I thought was a little. It's fine with the line, but it's weird with the cut, I guess, is when I think after football's been canceled and Eric says, stick together because Gabby says, I'll go get Evan. And
They immediately split up.
yeah, he says, stick in pairs. And then it immediately cuts to Jess inside by herself. Like, the line and the focus on that makes sense, but the immediate cut of ignoring is weird.
I think it's worse because immediately after that he says that, he walks off and he's like, all right, I'm gonna leave you here by yourself and go get my boyfriend, and then she walks off. So they're all three of them are alone for an instant. I thought that was really, really funny, and I don't think it's supposed to be a joke.
No, I don't think.
So.
I think they feel safer outside because they're in the line of any police, all the police outside.
Yeah.
But it's I think his implication was on your way home, go as pairs or stick together.
I would agree if that was specified. He just says stick together.
Yeah. Also, a little bit of a dumbass move of McCarty firing a gun, like a loud rifle, in the vicinity of police.
I mean,
Good
that
advertising, I guess.
that freaking gun, man. I in our group Discord, I put a thing in there. Just
Oh, that was
but
for the blunderbuss.
that
Yeah.
that was the Chekhov's gun. That it was specifically her line saying, "My dad taught me how to load a musket." I'm like, "Oh my god, can you
Yeah,
be any more heavy-handed with this? This
As
is
soon as I heard,
lazy."
as soon as I heard the musket bit, I'm like, oh, that's set up.
Yeah, that is freaking lazy. Just have this random guy shoot a gun in front of the school,
Oh.
in front of the police. So she has this line, "Oh, I know how to load that," and then it will come back terrible.
It's pretty funny. Pretty funny.
Sprinks went, "Oh,
Yeah, it didn't hit me to that egregious amount as it did with you.
so you thought that was perfectly natural, not forced by the writers
That was
whatsoever."
in that scene, because I thought that was later when she's with Scuba in McCarty's house, and she goes, "All I've fired is a rifle."
No, yeah, it's right after he shoots it. She says that her father uh, taught her how to load one of those.
Yeah, okay, that's a little much in that one scene.
Yeah, it's because it's just plainly obvious what the writers are doing for it.
It
And
definitely became Chekhov's gun,
yeah,
or the
McCarty
Manchester gun, whichever one
is
you
a
want to take.
yeah is a loose cannon character, but even that I think is too stupid.
I actually quite like him as a side character, though. Overall, I agree. Very stupid, but I do think I like him as a side character overall.
Yeah, he's
Maybe
where's the line? A fucking goober chucker, as he was called.
he's a goober chucker. I mean,
Yeah.
I find him more interesting than Ryan by far. I don't know
Oh
why
yeah.
he's so interested in helping Jess. That's my only
Yeah.
weird thing with him is why is
Well,
he
That
like
so helpful?
I thought it was interesting in the sense that he was like, "Hey, stay safe." Like, he like for me, it just comes across as just a good dude, and just in the because actually, admittedly, I never suspected him as the killer at all because of how little he was in the film.
which is a good
Um,
play into how he could be.
Yeah, which it could play out as a movie, but I think I actually wrote it down. I'm like, all right, if he's the killer, I'm gonna be disappointed because I actually quite like the idea of him just being just a good person trying to help fellow citizens out, and in this case, people he knows are being targeted. I don't think they're necessarily friends, but they come across as they've definitely crossed paths more than once. So like I kind of like the idea that he's just trying to help them out. He's just a normal guy just selling guns and wants to help them out. For me, that I don't know why. I guess I really like that character trope, I guess. So that's what I wanted and that's what I got because that's all he was.
Yeah, the belt knife thing and trying to come up with ways to keep Jess safe because Scoob is the one who's like looking for a weapon, but Jess is with him, so it's like if he's going to be in a situation, you'll probably be around kind of thing. So it's like him just picking up what's going on to keep her safe. I thought all that in the house was good. I I'm not the biggest fan of during the parade where he gives her the ring.
Oh, yeah, that.
The blade ring, yeah, that was
Yeah.
a little much.
He obviously knows what it is and it's to protect her, but I don't think the intention I get is why McCarty's doing it, but for the film it's just a plot move because of what's going to happen later and it's to show that she has the ring on her. Cuz it
Yeah,
could play into if he gave her the ring at the party like hey or just keep this, it could play into why would she keep the ring on then if she doesn't think she needs protection.
Yeah, that's my problem with McCarty is I feel like we need an established history between the two because writer's right. He sees her with um, Scuba and saw his opportunity to help her out. This with the ring though, he goes out of his way for that.
Yeah.
That's added motive of assistance.
yeah, I agree. I would have liked some history for sure between them.
Yeah, because without the added history, there seems to be more here that we aren't privy to.
Yeah, just something like something could be played of like even a line, not necessarily a scene or something needed. Just like, hey, I know the town's kind of against your dad and all, so they could take it out on you. So this is for your protection, just in case, like something like that, without actually seeing like Jess injured or scared or in the midst of trouble, kind of thing. Even though a show not tell probably would be stronger, but then that would have a whole thing about it that would need to be incorporated versus a line just delivered.
Yeah. For the sake of expediency, I think a line just delivered would be fine. Don't know what I would want that line to be, but
Yeah, I think
But as
it would have
is,
to play into what
it's lacking.
McCarty would locally know. Because otherwise, then it goes into a history thing that's just out of the blue.
I did like his secret stashes. Pretty cool.
Oh, the guitar case, the bed frame, and
Stereo radio thing.
the
Yeah,
yeah, he's got guns all over that room.
yeah, he does. But he doesn't sell the guns to minors. Only gives
Oh yeah,
alcohol.
yeah, yeah.
I found that amusing. Definitely got a smirk out of me. So he's funny.
Oh yeah, and the shirts he was giving out to people that puked. I did like him as a character.
I wanted more of him, but not too much.
Uh, Crimson, you brought it up earlier about the Discord reaction things. Ryder, did you have one where Evan's line is "That's weird," looking at a blue tote, and then immediate jump scare of Carver turning around, knocking him out?
Um, I think so. Is that my visible confusion one?
I think that's what that was.
Uh, that sounds right. Yeah.
It's immediate. Like there's no breathing. Funny enough, there's no breathing room of that shot.
Yeah. Um, and then I think I had one for the whole parade debacle and a few other things. A few
Yeah,
times to answer this one.
Yeah.
with the well, that's weird or whatever, and then hit. Why is the sheriff there again? Like, how did he know they were going to walk there? It's not the same thing he did with Jess, where he set up the booby trap with the phone. They're just walking down the hallway.
Yep.
Why does he know they're going to be there? So
Yeah, and
many
also there's
of
two
his
of them.
things are
So
just
what's to say the other one couldn't run screaming? You know?
Yeah. No, it took them both out. I don't know if his plan was to get both or even all of them with well, Jessica was a weird one
he
because
tries
he
to
was gonna kill Jessica.
he was going to kill Jess. Yeah, and I read that as a problem once we figured out everything about him. It was like later in my notes.
Mhm.
Why did he try to kill Jess, but he didn't kill those two?
Yeah. Huh.
So I think that was just a discrepancy in the writing there.
I agree.
But I do
Because
like
in the moment, it's like, oh, it's a killer. He's trying to kill her. But once we have the motives,
Once you
he
have the
doesn't
motives,
want
it
to
doesn't
kill her
line up.
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
I I am with you, Crimson. I don't know how he thought or planned to get them in the school, but once it kicks off of that, I do like the whole luring Jess to the phone, and then the shots of like when she's looking at the phone and we're looking at her, he just barely comes out of the shadowy door behind her, and then using the phone's black screen as a reflection to see him behind. I like all of that, which also plays into
Yeah.
like modern technology of the black screen being used.
Yeah. I liked that. I mean, I like the survivors in this being predominantly two scenes, being the Jess one there and uh, Kathleen's. Kathleen, I just wrote in my notes, she deserves to live, and that was when she got out of the basement, and there was even more after the basement.
Kathleen was certainly a horror movie. Like I think it was like Texas Chainsaw Massacre a bit, like the whole escaping the basement feel.
Yeah.
I mean, she made some poor decisions, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah, like not kicking open the oven door. That's a little weird.
Right, it was too hot. Well,
I mean, it's either that or you burn to death. You gotta-
were her feet chained down
They were tied to the table, yeah, or the
to the
floor of
oven?
the oven.
Okay,
Oh,
Yeah.
she was tied down to the floor of the oven?
because she lowers
Her
her
her legs
ankle.
were. I don't know about her.
Oh,
Yeah, and
okay.
it
Then she could have
burns, so
still
she
pushed the oven
lifts.
door open with her hands.
Yeah,
So
she
like you
lifts
could
up.
still vent heat out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember her legs being restrained inside. I don't recall if her upper body
I don't know how her
was.
upper part, if at all, tied down, but I know she does reach out and touch the door and darts her
Yeah.
hand back.
Anyway, it's I I'll say this. She can't die in a turkey position and be cooked that way.
Um, I
Her feet were
yeah,
tied down.
yeah.
Yeah.
You'd have to be manipulating some stuff later.
Yeah, and rigor mortis would not allow you to do that.
Not easily.
No.
Without some cracking happening.
Yeah, the skin would be cracked.
Unless there's supports, which there aren't.
Or unless that's not Kathleen on the table. Yeah,
Just
I
some
don't
other
even go with
body.
my own theory on that. It's definitely Kathleen.
No. Yeah, that's. Let's see what I have. Jumping around my notes here. So when Russian girl, I'm just gonna keep calling her Russian girl.
Eula.
When she
Eula.
died,
Yeah.
Russian girl,
Eula,
he
yes.
stepped on the table saw pedal, which is like a yard and a half away from the table saw to turn it on. Didn't really care for that. That was obviously just set up for the death, but
Yeah.
practically makes no sense for
hmm
what's happening there.
I've got more to add on to that.
All right.
The fact that she doesn't even try to catch herself.
Yes. I think I brought it up earlier. Eula has no no strength at all. I'm like on the buzz saw table. She doesn't move or like get off. It's just like she just lays there. The corn cob holders in her ears renders her so weak she can't walk.
Yeah. Well,
Like,
she's in shock. All right.
yeah,
I do. What I do like about the scene is her boyfriend being in like dead ass shock, going like, "Jess, what do I do? What do I do?
yeah. Just also in
Jess,
shock.
Yeah,
That I found
actually
hilarious.
I want the delivery to be a little bit better, but I actually quite like the fact that he's in shock like that. Like he's just like begging, "What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?"
And it was like Tropic Thunder in the opening with what's his face from Sorcerer's Apprentice with his guts hanging out.
Oh,
I could I could put it back in.
was it Jay?
Shemansky or
I don't remember his last name.
whatever.
It's Brumanchkala.
No,
I don't know.
Morgan, stay in there. Daddy needs you.
Yeah, felt like that.
Um,
But yeah, I mean, her fingers got cut off, but her palm was still there, so theoretically she could still just hold herself up with that hand. But she didn't even do that.
yeah, I'll put it this way: Scuba could have taken a shot at Eric, and still got to her and saved her.
Yeah,
True.
uh, but
But maybe the
it's
shot could have guaranteed the death of Evan, because Evan was the leverage being like shown the live stream.
but he pulled the trigger anyways. He was gonna do it.
Yeah. I'm just thinking the psyche of Scuba, like that's a thing to hold off on. Jess was the one
Well,
screaming,
also,
"Take the shot."
what was taking so long for Eric? Because they were on the
actually
phone.
I thought Eula was the one talking to screaming to take the shot in Springs. Was it Jess?
I thought it was Jess.
I thought it was Eula. I got a
Oh, I thought
whole
Eula
like
was too scared to even
Gamora
speak.
Star Lord
But
dynamic going on with that, which I quite liked because I'm pretty sure it was Eula that was saying, "Please kill me, please kill me."
oh, that would have been
Yeah,
actually crossing the line of funny if Eula saying take the shot and Scuba shoots her.
Yeah, that would
No, I
be
don't think
something
so.
else.
Oh, I guess my humor is different then. I would have found that funny.
All right, okay? Would you have found it funny if Star Lord's shot succeeded and killed Gamora then in Infinity War?
No, because that has a lot more character buildup between the two of them, and it's also the third-ish film at that point of their characters. Scuba and
Yeah, I
Eula
don't,
here, no, there's
I don't deny that there's a huge character building discrepancy between the two, but the situation is very similar.
the context is different for me.
How so?
Like the way people die here, and it's over the top, and all these killings, and
You said that, like the tone of the film is what affects it for you.
yeah, and the high schoolers kind of being like, you know, um, pig-headed a bit, and like ego, and what we've seen of them. That if like Scuba's like getting a gun but doesn't know how to use a gun, kind of thing, and just fires and kills her, I think it would be more of the comedic look.
Yeah, it would definitely lend to comedy. I wouldn't have liked that though, because I think that would have because the film. I think it would take away from the character mode of her actually begging for him to kill her because he doesn't want to be taken by Eric.
Yeah, and it plays more into her dying actually in his hands than him causing the death. It would change. I think it would definitely change that whole feel of him saying, "What do I do?" in shock.
Yeah, yeah.
It'd be like,
I
what have
don't
I
really. We don't
done?
really get
Yeah,
what.
yeah. The line
What
would
did
be,
you say,
"What have I
Crimson?
done?"
Yeah,
That would be the change.
yeah.
Going back to the was it the beauty room, cosmetology room of Jess hiding from Eric and
Hmm.
using the heads to hide her own head. I think that was clever. Like that's a quick, smart way of where to hide.
That's why I like that scene quite a bit. And I like that there's just enough like other obvious potentially hiding locations so that he doesn't immediately start shifting through the heads first.
Yeah. Now it would fail if he started going on that side of the room versus the other, because he just see the back of her.
Yeah, I think there's an angle where I think I'd also want it to change because there's a shot where we can see her very clearly between all the heads, and then we can kind of pan away and we see like her blending in. So the giant space that exists between the heads isn't there. I think uh, to fix that kind of small filming discrepancy. I think you just need to hide her more. Like you could still show parts of her in between the heads, like to reveal to us, the audience, where she's hiding. But I don't think you need to show us her full face, like in between the heads that are there, because it kind of implies that she's kind of like exposed in a certain shot where she's not in the others.
I see what you mean. Yeah, they don't have to guarantee a 2 shot of where she is if they've done it once.
Yeah,
I like the idea of it, and it's something I feel like
yeah,
would be better translated in a cartoon of the her hiding in a heads. But in reality, if you're in a row of non-moving fake heads, even if you're trying to hold still as much as possible, the slightest movement in a sea of nothing would be amplified to be more visible. I think it would be in her best interest to not show her head at all and just hide behind the table.
yeah. It's one of those things where I like it in concept. I would like some polishing on the scene to make it work better. Like if all the heads had like long hair wigs and stuff like that, there's a way you can kind of make it work better. It's definitely a scene that I want some polishing for because I actually quite like it in concept. But you are right, Crimson. As it stands, I think she would have been better off just hiding.
Yeah.
Yeah, two
She
other
didn't have to poke
movies.
her head out other than so she could see what's happening, which is a plus. You want to see, but it is a huge risk.
Two other movies come to mind that kind of play off of this, which they were done before this movie, but the context of those definitely fit more. One of them being E.T., when E.T.'s hiding amongst all the stuffed animals, but
Yeah, in the closet.
that's a lot better because of the sake of not knowing what he is. And then another one that comes to mind is the 2004, I think, the British take of Peter Pan. There's a scene where Peter's hiding, kind of like this, and it fits very well.
Oh yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
But those two instances, what come to mind, are definitely better than this one.
And I don't know why she ended up with the spray. She was going for the scissors. She revealed herself, and then we see she sprays him in the face instead of stabbing him in the
She might
face.
have just taken that as a better option.
Well, she
I
could have just
well,
grabbed it instead of the scissors. Then
I
it was
think it's an
closer to her.
instance of panic because it fell and made noise, so that's where her attention went to. So it drew her in to grab
It's
that because her position's already given
Her
away,
hand,
then to turn back to the scissors.
her hand's already by the scissors.
it's a little weird. I get you that.
If I guess just for me, if I was in
But
that
man,
instance and the
it's a
can
shame that she
fell,
didn't.
I would not hear the noise and grab the scissors. I'd hear the noise and look in that direction.
You can look at it and then realize you're screwed and finish grabbing the scissors.
It's a shame she didn't do the 1-2 combo, which is hit him with the spray, then stab him in the neck with the scissors, because that would have changed this whole
Oh yeah,
film.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
She just
that's
took it as a means to escape.
I mean, she also chose. I mean, you could hide or run. She chose to hide in this room instead of continue running out of the school. But it worked out for her, I guess.
Yeah.
Got a Nostradamus reference that was dropped. Does anyone
Yeah,
Oh
here get
yeah.
that reference?
Yeah. I don't get it, but I remember hearing it.
Crimson,
yeah.
did you
The
actually?
Thomas said it.
Yeah, I was saying, did you understand the reference though of why it was said? Like, do you know who Nostradamus is?
w- Once upon a time. I mean, it's like referencing knowing everything, right?
Uh, kind of actually. Nostradamus is actually referencing a person who predicted everything like
Yeah.
completely accurately, and there's a lot of weird, almost mystical aspects with regards to what he was able to predict and stuff like that. So it's a I might have snorted when that they made the reference because I don't know if that's this film's intended audience.
Well, also the fact that Thomas said it, so an older
Yeah,
person. It wasn't a
no, I'm
kid.
saying it's not out of place. I appreciate the reference that's there. I need to be clear about that.
Being a pretty much first time viewing for the two of you, Did you get the impression that during McCarty's party, after he wades away the kids who don't know who Black Sabbath is, and it's showing Scuba and Jess walk up, and as they're walking up in the shot, McCarty says cocksucker, and then it cuts to him? To me, it looks very much like he's calling Scuba a cocksucker on his welcome.
I don't even remember that line being said.
Okay,
So
I know that's
no.
not what it's going for, and it's just him muttering under his breath about the kids who just left. But the way it's shot looks like the welcoming to Scuba is that.
Didn't get it at all. Sad to say.
All I gathered was go into the VIP room.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, nothing there for you on that one.
Okay, just a me thing.
Let's see. Who was in the fridge? I couldn't
I don't
really
know.
tell who that was.
Practice? I don't know.
Don't know. Someone who's alive.
Maybe that was the Kathleen body that you referenced in your theory earlier.
No. You know what? If you're going with that theory, sure, but probably not. No, I don't know who that is because that person's not at the table. Well, actually, no, the table's not set yet, so and that person's alive. It's not the cheerleader, is it?
The leader that died on the trampoline?
Well, she's bleeding out. Is she dead?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess not the cheerleader then. I don't know who
Yeah,
else is at the table who's been captured.
um,
I mean,
yeah,
Evan's girlfriend, right?
Gabby?
Gabby. Maybe it was Gabby. Don't know.
doesn't look like Gabby, but it's possible.
I
It's hard to
get.
tell with the
Well,
plastic wrap.
Yeah.
well, Gabby
But
would
I
be.
don't know
Well,
why one would just be in the fridge, unrestrained. I mean, she could have bumped the door open and
no,
then
yeah, it
fought
couldn't
out
have
of a
been.
plastic bag.
It couldn't have been anyone in the cop car because they were all sedated and put around the table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm in agreement. I don't
I
know
guess
who.
Gabby is probably the best chance, but I don't know.
Well, I don't know why. Well, who all got in the car? It was Kathleen, Jess,
Well, Gabby
Scuba,
was
and
captured
Thomas.
already.
It was Kath.
Yeah.
It was Kath. I thought it was Kathleen Thomas and Scuba
And Jess.
And
and
Jess.
Jess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gabby
I
and
thought it,
Evan are already captured from the school.
Yeah.
So if Gabby's been put in the fridge, then Evan's just somewhere.
Yep. If we're going with that term, the fridge. Yeah. I don't know. It
I
was kind of just a random thing.
I
yeah.
guess it
One
helps
of
play
the
into like the fear look kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I think one of the parade from was a hilarious debacle for me. Um, with the starting pretty much with the turkey getting beheaded. Uh, it breaks down really quickly. Um, I think that I have issues with the fact that the police that were lining the crowd didn't see the clown with a fucking axe. uh,
Well, they're looking for a
I,
pilgrim for a carving.
I think it would
People,
still be a little bit
yeah,
concerned.
people definitely saw the clown, but it's people in panic. I don't know if a cop saw the clown.
I think that's what
Eventually,
Ryder's saying is there's a lot of cops. How did none of
Yeah,
them intervene?
yeah, and they would have. My point is they would have seen the clown walking up to the turkey with a fucking axe, about to swing it. Um, because their job is to kind of they're on patrol, they're watching the hilarious, and then the chaos breaks out. And I thought it was funny because the float that was going like 5 miles an hour, like Scuba just kind of gets launched out, falls face down from the fucking the float. I found that
Mm-hmm.
kind of be quite funny because obviously the float slides forward because it wasn't strapped down and kills the old man. Um, but I just found that the reactions like uh the important family, Jess's family, is like calmly escorted down from the front while Scuba's just thrown from the back.
And it
But
doesn't have his
I
sea
can't tell if
legs.
that was a movement or he intentionally just dove off of it.
Looked like it was the movement.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be the movement, but it literally looks like he just dove off of it.
Yeah, I think
Funny.
I get what you're saying. I think it's possible that a cop isn't looking at all of them because they're very attentive on getting people to take the carver masks off. Um, I think people would have seen the clown. I'm not saying the clown's invisible. The gas really helps, or all the smoke.
Yeah, that comes out of nowhere. Yeah.
That doesn't come out of nowhere. He starts throwing it.
Oh, did he throw a tear gas or something?
The clown lights one of them, which is I think green or red that he starts with, and there's more around. So I'm like, okay, he probably just had multiple on him.
Okay.
I don't have to
Cool.
see him
Well,
toss 5 of them around, but
I
he
don't have
does
an issue with
start
that
one.
then. Yeah.
Um,
But I do think the police would have still seen him walk up to the front of the parade and hit a turkey with an axe.
well, he's in the parade. The clown's already there to
Yeah,
begin with. I
yeah, but he's not walking around with an axe.
No, I don't know where the axe came from.
Yeah, the axe teleports, and I think, like I said, that once the turkey is hit with an axe, every police officer would have seen that before, as the panic started gripping the crowd. I still think they could get away, but they make it too easy. You know,
It's
like
extremely
they didn't work hard
risky.
enough to earn the payoff there because it's a very risky thing to do.
It is.
He could have been shot by a cop, and his whole plans that he spent a year on could have just been down the drain, just like that.
The best thing he could have done is if he played something to get the cops to go in a different direction before doing that. Like
Well,
if
like I
we saw
said,
a cop in a crowd get his radio and it's Eric on the radio and he goes, there's a situation down here, it's like all personnel needed, and then all the cops go in that direction,
well, all
then
you
he
have to
kicks
do is,
off.
hey, all you have to do is, I think there's a situation at the warehouse. Because that was the plan, right? Is that all it was going to be lined with a bunch of police officers to kind of spring the trap on the killer.
Yeah, or the pilgrim's been seen up the street go, or something
Yeah.
to divert the
How
attention
many
of the
police were
cops.
at the parade?
And you can see them
I'm very
sprinkled around the crowds because
Jimmied.
Yeah,
they
there's
are looking out
yeah,
for
the
killers.
most egregious shot to me that makes this thing worse is there's a shot where they're between the crowd and the parade, and they're still facing the parade, so they're watching the parade.
Yeah. How many cops get Mitch and the protesters out of the road?
What, like 4 or 5, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't
Eric didn't know that was going to
count.
happen, so he can't plan his attack off of that because that would draw the cops' attention back to that disturbance because the turkey's at the front of the parade.
I mean,
but
it wouldn't be a hard deduction to make with how persistent Mitch has been that he would show up as a to kind of delay the
it's a
parade.
possibility. But Eric didn't line the breadcrumbs for that to occur to give him
Yeah,
the
no, like, it's
starting.
not like yeah. It's just relying on people's instincts, I guess, for that one.
Yeah, but that distraction does get the eyes in that direction. But it is I'm totally with that. It is risky to do this all at that time, but it is in a play that he says he has the whole hand, he has the plan, the mastermind of what's going to happen, and it's all lined up of where you go for your protection, which is all orchestrated by him of you're going to go in this car.
Yeah,
So
there's elements to this that really work, which is he would know their evacuation procedure if something were to go wrong, so he's going to plan around that.
yeah,
So there's lots of elements of this that work. I just think it's too much still had to go right by chance for him to get there.
yeah.
So he's still there by a lot of convenience and luck.
What
Oh,
I
plot armor.
find a little issue is the grenade being chucked in the car, which he knows what it is because he covers his ears and everything. But it's the clown's indication to cover ears is for them to cover the ears in the back seat and not a grenade possibly being put in the car for them to get out of the car.
Yeah, it's weird for me that their first instinct wasn't to dive out of the car because they don't know.
Well, my main thing I guess is on Kathleen because Kathleen's car door is not facing the clown. So, being that he already shot the cop who was going to get in the driver's seat, I guess it plays more into, I think Scuba's on the far left, for Scuba not to open his door because he could just get shot. But Kathleen's on the opposite end, so when a grenade gets tossed in, I don't know why she wouldn't open her door to leave.
I agree. And these are just normal civilians. They're not. Their first assumption is probably this is a killing grenade or something. I don't know
Yeah,
why they would.
they wouldn't be like, "Oh,
So yeah,
that's a flashbang." Like they would. I don't. Why would they know that?
Well, you see, Jess plays a lot of Rainbow Six Siege in her spare time.
Oh, I see.
I'm so glad they showed that. I'd believe it. And then during this whole parade thing, because Eric was the clown in the parade, it begs the question of what was his excuse for to the police department of where he's going to be? Because his whole plan, this was his plan, was using them up as bait, and then the warehouse. You'd think he would be heading this operation, but he's not anywhere for the police. None of the police are like,
Yeah.
"Where's the sheriff? He set this up."
No, it
He's not anywhere.
it that is a thing where it's like just a lot of unknowing because of the time jump. Because it could easily be solved if like once they're sedated in the car and he's driving the car, he just phones in, "Hey, there's a disturbance here," to the people stationed there on that channel, and then he could just be like, "Oh, I'm over here to the other channel to people," like if it's different police channels. But I think he can give enough reason to give an idea of where he could be without anyone needing eyes on him.
I mean, you could come up with
I
a lot, but the movie doesn't give anything.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
would want to see that, like as a just for the sake of my curiosity. But I think the film is better not showing that because any excuse would potentially open up more holes.
I guess so. There's no one calling the
Not to
warehouse
defend,
people to come down to the
the
parade.
film, not to defend the writing or anything, because I do think there is a way that you could have retroactively shown that because obviously we're following the perspective of Jess and stuff like that. So once the reveal happens and got a monologue, maybe he could have told us, and it would have been better to kind of make that scene work in a better way. Um, because I don't think there's any point in that scene up until they wake up in uh the the dining table that would have worked as an excuse.
Well, I mean, while he spits out the plan of the warehouse thing, you could be like, set up officers here. I'm at the office, listening to radios or something. He
Mhm.
could set up him being away from everybody
Yeah,
in
that
the
could work.
setup scene.
Yeah, that could work. I'm just saying there's nothing in this scene that you could do specifically to help.
No,
It'd have
because
to be
then
either retroactive
that
or set up beforehand.
yeah, because you put it during the scene, then it could kind of hint towards, hey, maybe the sheriff's the bad guy if they're
Well, no,
making
it
it
would
so
have to be like
obvious.
you'd have to reveal that it's the sheriff if he's calling in an excuse right at that moment.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah, because the sheriff's supposed to be at the warehouse.
So yeah, you could definitely set up and make it better. I think with what we have of it, I prefer it not to have been there because, well, I guess I don't want if it's gonna be in there, I don't want it in the parade scene. Pretty much, set it, drop hints before a setup or include it in the monologue of motivation.
yeah, I agree. I don't think it needs to be in the parade, but I do think an explanation does need to be had because
It,
he's spearheading the operation and he can't just not be there.
Yeah, I think you moved me on that. There's a lot of things we can infer, but for now it's just the big convenience that no one noticed the sheriff was missing, so they would need to account for that, or he would need to account for it. So yeah, I'll definitely add that into as some potential issue here.
I think I'm neutral on the matter.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
kind of talked about Catherine's escape scene. Did we want to go into any depth about that?
Yeah. Why didn't she run away?
Well, she did.
She chose to fight. She could have escaped, but she chose to hide
Yeah.
around the corner.
It's weird because we see her run through the open door a second later, but it's like she waited.
Yeah.
So
I mean, she ran straight to the door as if she knew where the door was.
I know.
Right.
So I'm in agreement. She should have just run
No, I'm not. I disagree with that. I think she needed to know where Carver was because she opened the
in
door.
the
If she,
basement.
She knew he was in the basement.
oh, when she comes upstairs, just run out.
Yeah, like why stop?
I mean, even after finding the girl in the fridge, she could still escape after that
I think
because
the
she knows he's in the basement.
best I got is fear of backtracking,
Fear of backtracking. What does that mean?
like entering the kitchen and trying to go out the window, and then she's trying to take the wood off the window to escape. Is her idea of trying to escape more of that room than trying to go back from where she came from, of the fear that he could be right behind that door.
The basement door?
No, the kitchen door from where she entered.
She came in through the basement door.
Yeah, she went up the basement steps, turned, and entered the kitchen.
Uh-huh.
And the kitchen door closed, and she's in the kitchen trying to escape out the window. I think it's more she's in the mental state of trying to escape more out of the window than going back through that kitchen door because that's the direction he's in.
Right. But that's not where the door of the house is anyway.
No.
Like to escape
So
the house.
you're saying more so when she came upstairs and went into the kitchen because it was the first turn, she shouldn't have stopped at all and just keep running around the upstairs of the house trying to find the front door.
Make more logical sense, especially since you could see that the windows are boarded up.
She knows he's in the basement.
Yeah. See, the what makes the scene. I understand what you're saying, Springs, but what really makes the scene worse is the fact that she runs out the front door as if she knows it's there, as soon as Carver reveals, like stabs through the wall. So the entire time she was lingering there is a problem then because of it.
From this really plays into the layout of the house. From the basement is because the door's open, the front door's wide open. She doesn't open it.
Yes.
From the basement going up, lining up, because she goes left into the kitchen, and then the kitchen has a second room with a door that she comes out of to go out the front door. So kind of a, I don't know what to call that shape, but from the basement, can she see the front door open? I'm gonna guess not. Otherwise, she'd run
Not
straight.
in the basement.
We're not talking about from the basement. We're talking about from where she is in the kitchen, and she can lean into the next room, and she does.
Yeah, but even from that room, you can't see the front door.
You can see the daylight coming through the floor in the doorway.
I suppose so. That door was shut.
I don't understand why. Let's go past past the windows thing. She finds the lady in the fridge, whoever that may be. She hears the footsteps coming up the basement, so she knows he's in the basement. This point, she decides, I'm going to stand and fight instead of try to get out. Why would she do that? I don't think that's within her character. She's been pretty selfish, at least when it comes to the business side with Thomas and the store. Uh, she doesn't seem like a selfless character up to this point. I don't know why she would stay and fight. I think she would run and escape.
I I agree. I think she would run and escape in more of a certainty of space. Because you're saying she
She
knows.
goes into two rooms. She doesn't try anything. She has the time right now. She knows he's in the basement.
Yeah, and she tries to
She
go
has
out
the
the
time.
window.
This is after the fridge. That window thing's done already. She decides to go in the room next to the kitchen and stand at the doorway instead of trying to find a way out.
Yeah. I It's the way of her acting too. It's not played that it's tricky.
Well, I guess what's the tricky part? What are you stuck on?
Well, her acting of being scared in the moment, I think, isn't to the point of petrifying her, but it's not making her think clearly. And at the point of hearing noises downstairs, she goes for the bottle to defend herself. And she's not so much panicked of a state of running around aimlessly upstairs, causing a lot of noise by running to give herself away. Feel like she should be more quiet. I think the most inclined to her is find a way out, but do it slowly. But she is just kind of making a
Sure.
lot of noise. And I think that's what's scaring her to leave.
Okay, so you're leaning towards she would most likely run away than stand and fight.
Before the instance of hearing him outside the kitchen door, yes. As soon as she hears the noise of the creaks of him being upstairs, I'm fine with her trying to hide. Because
Well,
she
it's
doesn't
not
know
that
the.
he's upstairs, it's that he's coming up the basement stairs, which means he's still not on the same floor she's at.
Yeah, the best to go with that is the kitchen door because it's shot at her feet and not the room. If the basement stairs is a blank wall in front by the kitchen door, because then she would know the layout already that unless she's going to burst through a wall, that the next door in the room to the kitchen is a blank wall on the right of her. So she should know that layout enough. But she also doesn't know where the front door is if it's actually the opposite direction. Like if she turned right and around, the front door could be from the basement stairs because she doesn't know her location.
Yeah.
So I don't think
I
it would
I
necessarily trap her to go out the door. She just doesn't know. I mean, it immediately cuts when she leaves the door that it shows her going out the front door. So my best guess is that is the direction of the front door.
I think it comes down to what we see her as a character, I guess at this point. I see her as someone who would run, even with the circumstances put before. For you there. What do you think, writer?
I'm trying to think of, yeah, because everything she's done has been selfishly motivated, even if it's business related. I think if they wanted me to buy into a reason for her staying more, I think they would have had to introduce something else along with her character traits. Maybe like it could be a throwaway line about how like everything is damaging the business and they're thinking about selling, and she puts her foot down and says, "No, we're going to fight this. We're not going to do that." 'Cause that to me would be enough, I think.
Okay.
Um, so yeah, I've been thinking on it. There's definitely a tipping point as well where hiding does become the better option, but there's never a point where the killer's in her way to prevent her from getting to the exit. So like if she spots the exit and then spots the killer, that would be a reason to hide. And she does waste a lot of time upstairs without looking for a place to leave. So I'm inclined to think it is a bit of a character problem that she doesn't leave or actively try to search a place to leave. Um, but yeah.
I do like with Eric though pretending or to go downstairs or closing the door so she would reveal herself. I did like that a lot.
Mhm. I also like um, the burning mask on the top of the oven, and then the him trying it on as well, like to see what the new look would look like.
It's
Mhm.
yeah,
It's just little. It's just
it's an
sorry,
interesting.
Strings. You're
No,
saying?
I agree. It's an interesting little characteristic to add to him. But even
Yeah, like
after
he's still trying to.
the capture of her, then he swaps masks again.
Yeah, I quite like it because it's like he's still trying to find his serial killer identity, so he's willing to try little tiny new things like that. That I mean, this stuff. It's interesting as that, as you said. I quite enjoyed that.
Yeah. But it does make sense and a smart play that if he's going back out in public to take a mask commonly from anyone, like a normal one, then one with a tell to identify him as.
Yeah, and as a sheriff, you would know that. So it's like, yeah, this is cool. So I'm gonna save it, but I'm not gonna fucking.
Yeah.
Is he wearing it during the last scene, or is he still wearing the normal one?
I think he's wearing a normal one.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would have been cool if he was wearing for at least the dinner, since they're already all gathered there, and he doesn't have to go out and about. It would be if he was wearing the burnt one.
The burnt one, yeah. The burnt one reminded me of the masks the goons wear in Batman Arkham City with the Two Faces goons. Because half of their masks
Oh,
are all melted.
yes, you're right.
Yeah, the
Funnily
same
enough, Two Face.
thing.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, a physical representation of that as well.
Let's see. So Kathleen, great job escaping the basement because the audio teams just decided she doesn't make a sound when moving around the basement area. But it was it was
Yeah,
nice and tense.
yeah,
I didn't know if she was going to get caught or not, and I was surprised she actually did escape the basement.
yeah. I thought it was cool that it makes the serial killer feel like real in the sense that he's not omniscient. Can't he didn't teleport around in this scene.
Yeah, I like that this scene is a scene kind of thing. Like it doesn't feel like a different tone of movie or a completely different movie. It's just a different look at to what's going on.
Mhm.
I actually complimented on that.
Yeah, a shift in the film, but not outside of the scope of the film.
Yeah. Also, the pitchfork in her back, dragging
She
her
took that like a
in.
champ.
Yeah, but dragging her in, is he applying force to that to drag her? Because otherwise it would come out, right?
It depends on how deep it went, and which point you'd be like, "Oh, how'd she survive long enough to even get into the oven if it's that deep?" Um, so I don't really know how it works because I don't think it's that deep because she survived it for a long time.
Okay.
I think they went for the visual of them dragging her, not the realistic depiction. I think that Kathleen also did a great job not reacting when she's pretending to be conked out on the
Oh
table.
yeah, when he's prepping
Oh,
her for the
basting
oven.
and seasoning her
Yeah, her
really
eyes don't
sells the
even
whole.
flinch with the salt on her eyes and stuff.
Yeah, really sells the cannibalistic feel.
Yeah, and I think I cracked a joke about Hannibal Lecter somewhere in my notes.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Is
Yeah,
it a issue that when they're all debating before the parade, there's a little before, after the events of Eula's death, and they're talking to Eric and LaBelle and Thomas is there and all what to do with the parade, that Jess has seen, well, Jess and Scuba have both seen the live stream of Evan alive, and no one's like focused on the kidnap part that he's alive. Like it's not an assumption at the point or anything like, oh, he could be dead because he's killed all the victims, or we keep finding dead bodies. It's actually like a proof of life. But the kidnapping part isn't a big part of the conversation, if at all.
guess that's true. They didn't talk about investigating for kidnapping. They kind of just went for the trapping of the killer
Yeah.
angle later.
Or the reason why he's alive. If all these kills are actually kills, why is one left alive? To be given to the police or Detective Chew, I guess, for that matter.
I agree. It does seem like that should have had some acknowledgement in some capacity.
Because I think Jess says it once, like Evan's still out there, but I think that there's something along that line.
Yeah, something like that.
But that's kind of all that's said.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like a bigger thing with proof that she has that should have been discussed. Or at least someone
Was
acknowledging
there?
it and saying like, "Oh, we'll have a team look into that or try to find him."
I agree.
You were gonna say something, Ryder?
Yeah, I was thinking about. Um, I guess the excuse as to why they would assume that they aren't dead. You know,
Well, yeah.
and I was just starting to think if there was anything in the world that might excuse that. I don't think there is, outside of them not being a fucking murder scene at the school.
That's true. Their bodies aren't found, but I guess the same thing could be said with um, the the cheerleader and the boyfriend. Like their bodies aren't found
Yeah,
either.
but presumably all the blood is still there though,
Possibly, yeah.
because they know the police have swarmed the school at that point, so they know that something has happened. Um,
Well, that's a different school, isn't it?
For
is it?
the
They're a rival
football game,
school.
right? Uh,
The Hanover
Is it?
Hornets.
Oh yeah, it might be because the fucking
The
different uniform look.
Yeah, because Evan and Scuba's is the Musketeers, the red one. So that kill would have been done in a different school.
Okay, then yeah, that would be.
that's even
How
less
many?
reason to why Eric would know where they were going to go.
I guess that's
Yeah,
true. Well, he has had a year, I guess, to overlook, but
just track them, like just map them out, like wherever they
yeah,
go.
he's had time to plan it.
that only goes to
A
only so
point,
far.
yeah. But if both schools are in the district of him being the sheriff, then I guess he has reason to be at either.
Yeah, it's weird he's not at the one with the murder that took place, but other than that,
Yeah, there's no follow up. So best guess, I guess, to imply that there's no police scene or anything is that the blood was cleaned off the trampoline.
Trampoline the floor. Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
well,
the trampoline would have to be gone
I
because
assume
there'd
there
be
is a
puncture
murder
wounds.
scene because, or like there is a murder scene because isn't not that they I thought they were discovered, and then that's I assumed they were the same school, so my bad for assuming that. But if the killers did, if the kills were not discovered, then why
Why the
were they
police
at
there?
Jess's school to question her? Because like they cut away to like all the kids being questioned again.
Well, it goes to them at the school saying the football game's canceled.
Yeah, because of the deaths,
Isn't
right?
is it stated that the deaths are of the two missing kids, or that just deaths in general?
Um, it works in either case, to be honest with you.
Well, it
At
changes
least
if it's in either
the
case.
excuse the excuse I mean for canceling the game.
No, it changes
It,
because if it is of the two missing kids, then that means there was evidence left for them to know
no.
that.
I'm agreeing with what you're saying. You misunderstood what I said, but yes, I agree with what you said.
Okay.
Um, yeah, I'm in agreement. It would mean there is evidence. I don't think they don't specify,
It
but it can be
does.
inferred because it's right afterwards.
Yeah, it
Yeah, they
could
did cut
help
to it.
a little that if it's a different school, then that means it could be a different time because Eric would have to be at one school to get to the other school. It could be during a different time, and that could have been an after hours activity the previous day, and not necessarily killing during the day of a school day.
Yeah, then that would if there was a day in between, that would have time for missing case persons to be filed, and that would give them an excuse to then go question the kids at
Yeah,
the
the
school.
Yeah.
And it would also explain why they're so fucking lax and there's not police scouring the school high and low.
It's also true. But it is a very the cut goes to, I guess, to the immediately the after school
The game's canceled.
game canceled, but it really plays that that's the same day.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was the intention. But like we said earlier, there's not a definitive timeline in this movie other than
No, you just have
Thanksgiving,
nights and days. So
and you don't know how much time's between those either. So
no. A detail I really liked that's very small and I thought could be played, which helps, is down when Carver's looking for Kathleen, and he, from the perspective we think like Kathleen's looking in one direction where Carver's walking, but she's not there looking at him, and he swings down and a basket of baseballs fall over. I thought that was a good little ploy that it could be more towards Bobby.
yeah, it's a baseball pro. Yeah, I mean he's trying to set up Bobby, so he could have put the baseballs there too as part of the setup.
Oh, oh! You think the baseballs were set up in the Carver house to play more
Saying
towards
it's
Bobby?
possible. I
Oh,
don't know if it is. I'm just saying it's possible.
He is trying to set him up, as
yeah.
we find out
Okay.
literally in one of the scenes afterwards.
Crimson never pieced that. I thought the baseballs were just such a random thing to be found somewhere that it's just played to the perspective of like to the audience looking at it that it could be Bobby more so because it would be more commonly found in a place of someone who plays baseball.
Yeah, definitely could be.
Kind
And
of like
I don't.
something else that writer hasn't seen. I know of playing hints towards baseball. He's trying to piece it together. Yeah, I don't want to give it all away, but like
Oh,
piecing things together with baseball that go towards someone in an animated movie.
oh, never mind. Not what I thought you were calling this.
Someone who
Nope, I'm
plays baseball
failing
who
you.
doesn't like magnets.
I'm just staring at a blank screen here, guys.
Uh, I am sorry, I'm failing you.
Someone who plays baseball who doesn't like magnets that goes into
Magnets
video
too.
games.
Who goes into video games? Is this a movie or a show?
That's in a movie. And doesn't like meddling kids with dumb dogs.
Oh,
There we
okay,
go.
I got
Oh,
it.
I got it too. How about that?
Yikes.
All right, come on, play ball.
Yeah, play ball.
All right.
Should have had this conversation during the baseball season.
Oh. All right. Oh, Springs and I did kind of a little bit
Little.
in a joking manner.
Let's see. I quite like the misdirect with technology. The sheriff is clever enough to use like a different router like to kind of reroute the signal from a particular location so it sends the police on a goose chase for a bit.
Yeah. Or the film stream is something recording another stream. So the
Yeah, I
signals.
like
Yeah.
that.
And I think it's smart enough that it could be remotely done. So Eric
Yeah.
isn't
He
teleporting.
obviously, says to set everything up, but I think once it's set up, remotely done.
Yeah. Because he's at the station when the live stream goes on.
Mm-hmm. And then he's like, "Hey guys, I need to use the restroom. I'll be back." And then
Doesn't show up for like
he's in the restroom for a couple hours.
like 8 hours. Bloody nighttime when he shows up again.
But sir, we have the streaming thing. You need to be here. I just really need to go.
Oh, he goes. It gave me a little bit of like Dark Knight Rises, a little of where it's like nothing's here. Are there tunnels underneath? And then it's like all cops going into the tunnels. I'm like, oh, I've seen this
Yeah.
before.
Time to block the exits and entrances. Yeah.
That's funny. I actually didn't make the Dark Knight Rises connection though.
But I'm like, if he played it in a way where they were caved in, I'm like, all right, it's a little too much. So like, no one could stop him.
Mm-hmm.
There
I'll be.
is. Oh, go ahead, Ryder.
No, you first, Springs.
Okay. During the dinner or the Thanksgiving meal area, we see that Carver has a modulated mic on him to disguise his voice. When he has Evan down on the table and lifts the meat pounder or whatever above his head, the mic disappears.
Oh, I thought it was like towards his neck, like aimed down.
Oh,
Interesting.
Maybe not.
it's at like where I read down, 1 hour 23 minutes 20 seconds ish. But his voice is still the modulated voice. It's just the mic disappeared.
I see. Probably convenience, I guess.
Continuity error.
Yeah. I love what is convenience because sometimes objects can obstruct like the physicality of whatever acting you're gonna do. That is one of the few visual flaws that you can pick up about Lord of the Rings occasionally. But
Ryder,
It's
don't
not
give
a perfect
Crimson Fuel.
film.
Don't get Crimson
I mean,
Fuel.
It's not a perfect film.
no, it's a perfect film. But you know,
Perfect is
Perfect
that's
in
not
the
really a wrong
individual
film, is it?
word. Perfect is to the individual.
Perfect means flawless, which means no problems. It's not an individual thing.
Sure is.
No.
My perfect doesn't line up with your perfect.
Depends on the context of what you're using. If you're saying a film's perfect,
Lord
it
of the
means
Rings.
perfect. Okay, whatever. I'm
Um,
getting definitions of words.
Jason Pollock paintings.
Who's Jason
who's
Pollock?
Jason Pollock?
Oh, Jackson.
I hope you know I just fist bumped you in the air for that one.
Yeah. It's a better name, honestly. Jason Pollock.
Damn it, that's gonna get clipped.
Gotta send that one to Sinister once it's done.
Oh yeah.
The thing of Evan getting his head caved in on stream and the likes are coming through, I think that's just, it's a meta way of kind of looking at it. Like, that's people in world seeing it as like an entertainment sense and not or how I picked it up, an entertainment sense and not necessarily real.
I mean,
Kind of.
there's definitely going to be people. If this was real life, there would definitely be some parts and likes popping
Do
on
you
screen.
remember the
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of the show, but I know we watched it for one of our movie nights. It was like a Korean
Oh,
show where like
yeah.
demons would spawn in. There was a lot of social media
Yeah.
stuff in that.
Hellbound or something.
Hellbound. Yeah. The social media stuff, like people liking and like what the serial killer is doing or whatever, kind of remind me of that because I think that was just the most egregious version of it in Hellhound.
Yeah. But the meta sense of it is kind of like we are also watching it as an entertainment form.
Yeah, not quite Truman Show levels of quality, but
But the production. I don't know. Yeah, I agree.
I think this is just a personal thing. I don't like when serial killers use like modern lingo. "Hey, you're gonna go viral, kiddo. You should be happy." And then starts hitting his head with a meat hammer.
Uh,
Um,
Ryder, with what you
I
say,
find
I
that
think it needs to be earned.
the
Line delivery of that.
like
Like, it depends on the killer.
yeah,
most of the time for me, I see it as cringy.
yeah.
But
Most of the time, I see it as cringy for me as well. I think there is an avenue where it could be earned. Uh, but yeah, I'm kind of in agreement. So it's my only pet peeve with that particular scene. Otherwise, I think it executes itself fairly well.
Okay, I think going viral for Evan is fine because his clip went viral. So it's a connection to the character itself, not just a throwaway usage.
in
It's
context, it fits. I'm just not
Oh,
into
you
it
just don't
as
like
a
modern lingo.
Yeah,
method.
in this one, yeah,
Yeah.
it's not an objective issue I take with it. It's just a personal thing. I don't like it when serial killers do that. I do find it funny that the sheriff uh, blames him for that, even though he clearly has been trying to distance himself for the past year from that.
Who, Evan or
Uh,
Eric?
I think he's talking
Uh,
about
Evan, Evan,
Yeah,
Evan has been trying to
the
distance himself
truck.
from the
Yeah.
original video that he took. Um, but obviously, he still dies for inspiring, I guess, this new serial killer.
Yeah.
it's true.
Inspiring him to stream it. I'm sure he's gonna do it anyways.
And that's true.
I think it was, I don't know, just like not video gamey, but just felt real powerful, like the strength move or whatever. Um when Scuba and Jess break out of their restraints, thanks to the lucky rain, and they're going down the hallway, and Carver goes after, and he jumps through a wall, like in front of them. Like it's definitely like a very weak, supported, kind of older wall. I mean, below
Old building.
the John Carver house. But I think that was just kind of like a cool move, just like jumping through it, because he definitely knows the ins and out of this place, which is a huge strength to him.
I agree with that. I think,
Hmm.
um, oh, what's it called? Uh, the one thing that bothered me about that scene is that he doesn't finish Scuba off, or Scuba just doesn't go back to rescue others. 'Cause I was a little confused by the end of that scene.
Oh, yeah, he just like
Because
Yeah.
Scuba,
wounds
yeah,
Scuba,
because
but then
Scuba did,
goes after Jess.
because he hit Scuba's arm, but he can still use his arms and legs, so he can just go back and free everybody while he's out chasing Jess.
Yeah, but it could be Ryder could be the same as Eula. Eula got stabbed in the ears and she couldn't move. She had to crawl.
That would be funny.
I I think it's even worse that he left them all to go after Jess because uh, we don't have motive to why he would care more about Jess. Obviously, he doesn't want her to escape, but he's risking everybody escaping by leaving them all there. And I feel like he's smart enough to know that he didn't kill Scuba, as we just said. Scuba's he hit his arm. He can still walk around, use his other hand to untie people and stuff.
That's also
Uh,
true.
I,
Scuba and Jess escaped or broke out of the restraints. I guess in the instance he could go with no one else broke out of the restraints, so it's just the two of them.
but he
But
left one that can save the
yeah, but he
others.
didn't. Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? The misery thing, or what they did to like railroad workers who tried to escape.
Oh, the
Hobble
ankle
them.
blocks or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't like break Scuba's
No,
legs or something.
Scuba's not disabled to the extent of not being able to walk. He can definitely walk.
Yeah. So
So if they had Eric have more of a motive to focus on Jess, because he's been with Jess a lot through this movie. He knows she's kind. she's not. She's like the least malicious of the friend group. She really wants things to work out. That kind of goes against hunting her and letting the
specifically,
risk
yeah,
of the others getting away. Yeah. If he
yeah.
had motive,
Scuba,
like she's the main responsible for my future dying.
yeah, Scuba got a gun from McCarty, right? Like a little
Yeah.
9mm. Did he have that at the parade?
I'm gonna guess no.
I don't know where it went after
It would make
Russian
sense
Girl.
after being sedated that it was taken from him.
It would also make sense when the police showed up to get collect Eula's body when they were being questioned that they would just take the firearm because it's been fired.
That's true. That would make sense.
At least that would be
They
my
even take
excuse
they
for
even
why
take
it
the
wouldn't be
sheriff's
there.
gun because it got fired in the warehouse. So
They
we
did,
do know they are
We do have an
diligent.
established precedent of that at least.
which is a
So
nice detail.
Yeah. So that does make sense that they would have taken the Scuba's gun.
Okay.
I don't know why he didn't hop the fence to chase her because he's already committed to this point. Um, And I don't know.
He's charging
Just
his
seemed like a
teleportability.
weird barrier.
He's charging
Oh
his
yeah, he definitely had
teleportability.
to teleport. Yeah, that's
Which
the only thing we
teleport?
got is she's got a hurt ink. Well, he teleports to do all this stuff with Bobby and then get knocked out. All of that has to happen by the time for Jess to get to the
It was
warehouse.
at this point I realized that there should have been more than one serial killer because I think that would have greatly helped this scene.
It would have helped. Do we see Scuba come back?
Scuba gets hurt, and then that's the last we see of him in relation to the hecticness of
Okay,
this
so even at the end of the
climax.
movie, Scuba's not like recovering or in the background somewhere.
I think he's still in the hospital because
Okay.
the whole getting axed thing.
Yeah, I'm just thinking like because if Carver went back, killed Scuba, and everyone else is still restrained or sedated them again, he has a car, which definitely beats out Jess.
No, it was said that he was in the hospital. Scuba.
Scuba's okay, so Scuba wasn't killed.
No,
So Scuba was just
all the people. They said Thomas, Gabby, Scuba are in the hospital.
okay. So what's the percentage of unbelievability that Carver went back, Scuba's just a wimp, sedates Scuba, puts him in the room, sedates everyone else so they don't escape because it's a long-lasting sedation.
Why
Um,
wouldn't you kill them?
because he wants to play a game and show his feed and all that. Like he wants his purpose to come across, um, to justify himself. So he makes sure they're all contained, and then he gets in a car, outbeats Jess because we don't really know Jess where she's going. If the warehouse is her first stop, I don't know why her direction is the warehouse anyway. It's just kind of where she
That
winds
was
up.
another part. I don't know why she was
Yeah,
aiming.
I don't know where she was aiming, but I get that Eric would go do the Bobby thing, and it's a convenience that Jess arrives after what happened with Bobby. But I don't know what's saying that what Eric said about Bobby is true, because Bobby's still wearing the mask inside the warehouse, and I don't know why he would be wearing it. So what Eric
Well,
tells Jess
Eric
of
put the
like
mask on him.
he did,
Yeah.
but he's like, oh, he hit me over the head with a tire iron and went inside, but he would keep that on inside. And I get that
I mean,
Eric
he was
outside
dazed on
is
drugs still. So
yeah, okay.
it's not impossible he'd keep the mask on till he got more cognizant. But I agree, it's a little bit stretched out for the film's purposes of
Yeah.
the reveal of the mask coming on.
I think it's a very thin plot and stretched at that point, but I don't find it a teleportation or an impossibility.
Well,
Out
there's
of curiosity, where do
massive.
you find the teleport possibilities, Springs? Because it's come up a couple times, and I would argue this one is an instance just because of how shortly it's cut together as far as pacing.
I'll tell you, Ryder,
But
honest on this viewing, I don't think there's any instance of Eric teleporting. I think it's just cut in ways that the time is not shown, which is my issue, is that there's no real time frame of when things occur.
okay, different issue, but s- same problem that at its base is that it's paced a little oddly
Yeah.
because of it.
But I don't
Okay.
think there's an instance of like cutting back to a character in a time after a whole thing's occurred and Eric's now in cop uniform to Carver uniform.
Yeah, I was only asking for clarification because you brought it up earlier that you didn't think that you said there was an instance of teleporting, and this is not it. So, or when we talked about the teleporting in the house earlier for the security guard kill.
Yeah, no.
So,
I thought it was just framed in ways. Yeah, so a lot of the framing and shotting of how the film's
yeah,
edited, I guess,
no worries.
editing
I was
issue.
just asking a clarification. Yeah.
Yeah, because the pacing of the movie, I think the pacing's kind of fine. It's not phenomenal, but I think it's fine. To me, it's the editing.
And Kathleen teleports in the basement. That's my only explanation of why she makes no noise when maneuvering around.
I like the whole. I don't know if you guys do the whole setup of everything after like Bobby's apprehended, of how his phone's in the room and the cops are there and Jess is like calm me down and they take Eric's gun from him and she needs a moment, which seems all believable, and then Eric comes in to check on her by himself. Like, I think all of that is just, like, played very well.
I was fine with it until I realized it was at the warehouse and not the police station.
Yep, I'm the same. It was fine with it until I realized it was the warehouse.
I see.
Why was that at the warehouse? They would have been sent to the police station. Because it wasn't
Even the
just Eric there. I'm like, okay, maybe it was just Eric. He's setting up this scene. There's another cop there, so this is like an actual thing. It should
a
have been at the
CSI guy
police
came in
station.
and left.
Well, if it's the events of a crime scene and this is everything there, I think the events would still unfold. Like, if people would come there, they get people there, and it's like check in on the witnesses, and I think that's still fine. I think more would be done at the precinct and like looked over and lined up or like investigated, but these are the victims of what's occurred here.
Yeah, and then you take them to the police station to document their accounts,
Yeah. Which I guess the one thing I
which they're
find a
not doing.
little iffy is that they just set evidence on the table and it's not like in a cop's pocket or something to take down to the precinct. It's just left.
Well, that's why I thought it was a police station. Multiple cops, or more than just Eric. Evidence lying around. Looks like an interrogation room of sorts. You got the window. Uh, but then warehouse reveal, like, well, this doesn't feel real
There
now.
goes that idea.
Doesn't feel real anymore.
Okay. Huh. So,
Okay.
well, if it was in the precinct, like a cut to them being in the precinct with the evidence and everything, how do you think that would have played out?
Well, we wouldn't have had the whole turkey thing. I mean, the reason it's at the
The
warehouse
whole
is so
ending
we
of the
get
film,
the climax.
yeah.
But it shouldn't be at the warehouse with what is set up. It should be at the police precinct. If we just had Eric there and not the other cop guy, I could be like, okay, this is off the books right now. This is not official police work. But now that it's established to be official police stuff, now why is this at the warehouse? Problem would be fixed if the other guy wasn't there.
Okay, I guess
If
my
this was
blockade on it is
just Eric.
why does it need to be at the precinct?
That's procedure. You get your immediate statements at the crime if this scene is safe, and then you go to the precinct to get it all documented. You don't sit at the location and then
Yeah, you
conduct
don't
everything.
yeah, you
That,
don't leave evidence lying around either. So that evidence would have been bagged, tagged, and brought onto a car.
That I
so
agree
this
So
with.
was all slabbed together just to get this climax.
yeah,
This
they really want to get a particular climax, which is fine. It's just they bent a lot of rules to get there.
they just needed Eric by himself. I think that would have fixed it. They made it official police work once they had the other guy there.
And the detective was there too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if it was just Eric, she would still believe him. He's not suspicious yet, so she'd be like, "Oh, this is cop stuff, I guess." But that's if it wasn't official. But it is official, so my stance on it.
Well, I've stated before the use of technology in a modern horror um, is kind of a fine line to see how much is used. I do like that the phone's used to live stream his confession of Eric's confession, and then a reused line onto Eric from Jess.
Whose phone was that again?
Bobby's.
Hmm. I guess there's a chance she would know his password. I feel like we would need a scene to know that, though. Because just because you're friends doesn't mean you know your friends' passwords.
It's true. I don't know your password.
Precisely. So I feel like if they established she knew his password, that would make that
I
better.
mean, like it could work. There's just a lot of excuses they need to work around it. Because I mean, if they were in a long, loving, caring relationship, knowing your loved one's password isn't that ridiculous to me. Um,
It's been a
But
year. He ghosted
yeah, like I
her.
said, that's
Mm,
therein lies the issue, is that it's been a year, he ghosted her, why would his password be the same?
well, just a
That's
little bit of groundwork, but I like the
also going
idea.
with the belief that there is a password.
I mean, I don't know why
Modern
modern day
era,
you
I'm
wouldn't,
gonna
but
assume.
it's theoretically possible. There is no
Yeah.
password.
Like I said, it's a good I like the idea, just needs a little more groundwork to make it work better. Um, and that is the last of my React timestamps, is the reveal that she was recording him.
Mm.
It's, for those of you on the, not visual side of the podcast, or well, actually for any side of the podcast, 'cause I don't think it's gonna be there, but I dropped in a Syndrome's gif of, got me monologuing, "You sly dog," for,
Yeah, right, or it
Mm.
won't be there. That just only we see that.
yeah. Yeah, I know. That's why I've explained to the audience so they know what you guys saw.
Yeah, Eric was certainly monologuing. I don't know what his plan was with this because the cops were there now.
It's true.
What was his plan?
And his initial thing was to kill Jessica without a reveal on her. At least that's what happened at the school.
So she's now in
But
his custody.
also when Bobby like breaks the window and they go down, the cops are gone. So the cops left.
Yep, yep, they're gone
So I guess they
to the
kind of left.
precinct where they all should have been.
Yeah, I guess they left the cleanup to Eric to bring Jess in, and the Bobby evidence I guess was under him.
Hmm. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. They left the evidence and the victim with one cop. Eh, eh.
Well, yeah. Again, not stated, but the best thing is like he's the sheriff, and if this is what he said prior, or when he left Jessica for a moment and he talked to them about it.
Let's see. All right, we get the return of the musket, the lovely musket, blunderbuss, whatever you want to call it. She called it a musket,
Mhm.
uh, and it was Chekhov's gun. It came back, and such a lackluster way for me, because the turkey wouldn't blow up from that. You
Plus,
you
it was
need
flammable, but even
you need
then,
a you need a spark or an ignition to light the fuel, and the bracelet wouldn't have done the trick, especially from that far away.
Y-
I do appreciate
Yeah,
the attempt at justification with the explosion. Like they show the flammable thing
Thermal gas.
before,
Yeah.
yeah, they show that it's flammable, which is nice, but obviously it doesn't save the film, or it doesn't save the action itself. Still very problematic.
Yeah. And it not showing Eric really getting affected by it. We hear him screaming at some point. Really waters down the what happened. We get all these gruesome
oh,
kills and murders, and obviously it's set up. Did he die? Um, but not showing his death and leaving it he could have survived, I think takes away the climax. At least that's how I feel about it.
Hmm.
oh, I think if a thought wasn't that another one would be made, they would definitely make it a far more gruesome, revealing death onto Eric. The fact that it's so hidden, I think, really plays into a possibility of another.
Has there been any word of a sequel?
Not to my knowledge, no, but it's still a very recent movie.
I guess going off of that, do you guys think he came out of the closet at the end?
No, no, no. I think that's all a dream. And that's fake.
Yeah, I absolutely think that's all a
I
dream.
don't think any of that was real. But
Well,
I
not
would.
the fire thing. The end after she woke up.
Oh no.
The fire thing was not real. Yeah, that was a freaking dream. But after that, the door opens and then we get the credits. Did he actually come out of the closet?
I don't think I would say no. I didn't think so. I was more into the thought if he was one of the firefighters.
I mean, that's heavily what they were
It's
implying,
kind of
showing the
implied,
axe
yeah.
and the mask. So why do you think he didn't come out of the closet at the end?
Uh, I I don't know. It just seems like a lamer ending. Or I mean, it could just be either. I mean, it's not a lamer. It's just either or. If like it could or could not be. Because if it is, then I feel if in a sequel that's where it starts, which is like a real quick thing rather than a jump scare or an avoidance, or it's really just played into the thought of like, oh, is it or is it not? I didn't think so because of the dream thing.
So you think she had a second dream of the door opening?
No, I'm not saying that. I think the door could open, but it could have been an animal. It could have been a wind. It could have been, you know. I don't think it has to only be Eric as a possibility. I just think the reveal of the dream to then the door of reality is a little too much of a 1-2 punch. I think it would have been better if the dream wasn't a thing and she woke up from a nightmare and then the door slowly opens and then that's where it cuts. I think that would play far more into me believing that it could be him.
Why would the door slowly opening be different than the door just opening?
Oh, just ominous presence?
Well,
Slow
yeah, but
versus
you're
fast. But
saying the ominous slow implies that's him,
I think it would
but the opening one isn't him.
just plays more into the movie.
It's the wind or an animal in the
Either or.
closet.
Sorry, I don't mean one or the other. I mean it could be either of that case. What I just meant by the slow is to play more into the movie's sake. That was an example with the nightmare thing.
All right, what about you, Ryder?
It's interesting because it's sequel baiting. I well, I think it's trying to sequel bait at least a little bit. I think there is an element of that there it's possible that it's him. I think I prefer it not to be because usually when my characters go through an ordeal like a horror movie and they escape, I tend to find it cheap or cheesy if they suddenly, lose everything they fought for by the end. Um, because it kind of feels like you didn't earn anything. Uh, I guess would be a way of interpreting it. So this is a personal thing for me. So I think it's open to interpretation. However, if I were to have a preference, I would rather it not be him at the end. So that way the character still has a moment to breathe after the fact. Now, if he shows up again in the sequel and she's the first victim, I can still assume that she had still had that moment to breathe before that happened to her. Make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer it not to be him, but the fact that we have the dream of the closet opening and he's on fire, and then we see her waking up, and then the closet door opens. It's weird that they would set up dream at the end of this.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I'd lean that it's not a dream.
But it's the wind or an animal potentially in her closet.
Something else, something other than him, other than Eric. It's also a play just to get into the credits, like it's transitional use.
Yeah, I do have. Yeah, I guess I got one more. I got a couple more points left, but I think the main one I got, what I kind of skipped over, is the heart of the motivation because I didn't want Amanda to be his only motivation. I kind of hinted at that. I quite liked the him pointing at a picture of an ultrasound as the implication of what he really lost.
Yeah,
Yeah,
added
he
in that
said.
she was pregnant.
Yeah, he said he took away his family.
Yeah, and
So
then you see the ultrasound, so
mhm.
you get the full sense, the weight of it there, that she was already pregnant when she died. So for me, that was I guess enough to convince me that at least the core of the motivation was there.
Yeah, I agree. Because you were saying at the beginning of this that you were really hoping it wasn't just her dying. That would have
Yeah,
been his motive.
yeah, because it needs to be as much as I like you're breaking a sheriff, which is theoretically a very moral character. You need something a little more than he lost someone special, you know?
Mhm.
So I think losing her and then also you lost the potential for a family as well already on the way. So you lost what you were going to have is I think that was enough to convince me that it was passable.
Good. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I'm glad it's present rather than ignored. That as soon as we know Eric's quote unquote dead, and the event's kind of over and everything, then Ryan arrives to kind of like prove like, hey, he wasn't the killer. I don't quite like that he just arrives to sense that it wasn't him.
I agree. I didn't really care for it either. It's like, all right, time to wrap this movie up in a nice bow. Look, Ryan's still here.
Yeah, but it's
Um,
better than him never occurring. Then
oh yeah, if he
the
just
big question is like,
disappeared, like
where the heck did Ryan go?
if he disappeared, like the couple in Beetlejuice that got thrown through the roof. It was like, where'd
Oh
they
yeah,
go? You know, they never came back.
uh, as we're wrapping up here, what was your favorite kill?
Favorite kill.
see, I need a clarification question. Was my favorite kill done, or was my most enjoyed kill, like objective versus subjective?
Most enjoyed.
Subjective for aspects. I'm leaning the trampoline because I just like the idea of that. I think it's very
Yeah,
vicious of you because when you're in a trampoline, you're kind of just toast at the point. You're falling onto it. You're you can't run away from it. I mean, after the first bounce, you could drift to the side and get off, but you're already stabbed at least once at that point. That's just that's pretty vicious way to get somebody. I think.
hmm I agree for sure.
And the corn forks or whatever in the ear that didn't kill her, so I'm not counting that. But I also liked that. That was
Pretty brutal
yeah.
as a means.
I think it's not intentional, but just not a kill, but a death. The grandpa in the car.
Mm,
I think that was just the
pretty
most like
brutal.
just shocking out of area. I think the most creative one I did like, which we touched on, of course, was the waitress being stuck to the freezer
The
door.
frozen. Mm. And then the magic garbage lid.
Okay,
Okay.
I already touched on. I don't think it's magic. It's just a momentum thing. I'm not quite sure on.
For the garage kill for the sorry, the garbage kill?
Yeah, I touched
All
on it.
right. Um,
And yourself, writer.
uh, honestly, I think I despite the cringy dialogue, I might just go with the hammer to the head, the cooking hammer for the meat
Oh, on
onto
Evan.
Evan. Yeah. Brutal, simple. I like it.
Okay, doke. Any other points of the movie?
Two short ones. When Evan was trying to axe Jess in the back of the truck, and she blocks it with the musket. I was like, come on, come on.
A
Oh, you
little.
think the
There's a little
musket
bit of
would have
that.
broke?
I think she would be too weak to stop the axe from. If you're talking about momentum, the downward swing of an axe and you holding up a gun to stop it, it's not happening like that. Especially with someone that isn't built strong. So, there's that little one, and then we get to see a little bit of Bobby's baseball capabilities by throwing that little distraction in the warehouse.
Yes, that
They
is true.
they utilized his
His
proficiencies.
skill set.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was kind of nice, I'll admit. It got me to smirk a little.
Golden Arm Bobby.
Yeah,
Indeed.
that's all I got.
Where do you have anything else?
Let me skim. I mean, not that I haven't been skimming, but I shall skim even more. Um, yeah. No, a lot of luck is involved here at the final escape. Both just for the tow cable accidentally being left on a tow truck, unless it's a little, lucky, convenient. Though I do enjoy the, I guess, the slow walk, even though it's completely unnecessary. Oh yeah, the end credits themselves for the artwork, uh, kind of reminded me of, oh, what's it called? I had it written down. I guess no. I guess I didn't. I had a reference just to what the end credits reminded me of, and it's gone.
Oh, they gave me a little bit of Spider-Man: Homecoming.
Yeah, they have that vibe for sure. Um, but it was definitely anyway, I liked the end credits. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Okay. Guess last one for me is the end credit scene. Just a little blooper. I guess I just wanted to keep that in.
Yeah, sometimes it happens.
Okie doke. Well, if that's everything, then that was our coverage of Thanksgiving. Now we'll go into summaries and ratings. Let us start with Crimson.
Okie dokie artichokes. Let's go with my subjective. I had no expectations going into this. And by the end, I thought it was all right. The first 10, 15 minutes or so, the pretty much the whole shopping part
Black Friday.
was too much for me with the language. And why are you some old prude? Why language? It was really over the top. I didn't care for it. It was taking me out of it. But once that started subsiding and it wasn't as prevalent, and the killings started happening, I was getting more into it. So I'm giving it a 5. Not something I'd be against watching again. That's totally fine. And nothing really irritated me, which is always a plus. Objectively, I think things did get a little bit better on the podcast. I think my rating did go up by half a point because one of my issues was him killing people that weren't related to the incident, but we it was established they were darts and not bullets. So the fact that he had some sort of moral compass there did save his character from getting nicked on the objective scale. So this might be the first time I raised my score on the
It's
podcast.
certainly a rarity. I
It
don't know if
rarely
any of
happens
you
for
said it.
anybody. That's pretty rare. I think the motive that Eric has fits. I don't know how he passed to be a sheriff with the psyche he has to be this sadistic, but he just snapped.
He faded
It's
until he faked it
possible,
until he made it.
I guess. Uh, so technically possible, little exaggerated because of all the psych tests you have to take, but things happen. The main characters, when we got introduced with them in the car, what did I write? Um, enters the fodder is what I put when they showed up in the car. Uh, and shockingly, not all of them ended up being fodder. There was a fair amount of survivors in this slasher, which is kind of, I guess, a subversion. It's
Kind
not
of a
just
rarity. Yeah.
not the lone survivor or the lone couple, but a lot of people actually survived this. Which That's a good subversion. The practical effects were pretty good. I mean, even like the old man getting impaled in the face, you can tell it's like a silicone dummy head, but it looks vicious and definitely gives the damage across. The visual effects enhancements of the blood isn't horrible. Sprinks brought up the pool of blood at the shop not matching right, so I might have to look back at that. It didn't stand out as being off to me. I think the worst visual and the VFX department would probably be the guy getting cut on the glass when breaking into the store in the beginning. I think that's probably the worst VFX. I don't think a lot of the characters broke character because, like Evan, he's just a stupid guy, so everything he did made sense. It's kind of a lame explanation, but it happens. Jess, I like how she wasn't necessarily one note. They could have made drama with the whole family to the CW degree, as I think one of you pointed out earlier. Uh, it felt real with her relationship with her dad, where he tries to be accommodating, but he's trying to be good for the community and the business side. Um, Kathleen, get her name wrong. Uh, didn't really care for her at all until she was fighting for her life. She definitely bumped up in that department, which is kind of an interesting dichotomy with her selfish side, and now she's this strong, confident person. But when you get put into a situation, a new side of you can come forth. Uh, Overall, I didn't have too many issues with this. We had the conveniences of how Eric knew where to be in certain deaths that happened in like three of them. Like, why would he know to be there at this time? Um, Either teleporting or lack of explanation between time jumps does cause a pacing issue with some of his appearances. So with all of that, I'm giving it a 7. I had it at 6.5.
Alrighty. Let's go to Ryder next.
Um. All right. Um. I think I'll start with my subjective. Because it's pretty simple. Same as Crimson's subjective. I'm at a 5. I went into this open-minded. Didn't know there was a scene that I had seen this previously. Um. And it was. I enjoyed myself. I don't think it's the best slasher movie of all time, obviously, but I found myself amused more than I was angry at the story or what have you. So that's always a plus. Um, Objectively, um, I think a lot of my major questions that I asked have been answered in the sense of like what is an objective issue and what's not. And uh, funny enough, my score also changed upwards. I think from where I was sitting at. Um, but a lot of my issues going into this were character related questions, so the scale is actually my score is actually quite, I think, substantially different from where it was. Um, I'm at a 6 objectively. I think the plot and is riddled with conveniences. Um, I think there's a lot of fluff that needs to be cut off of the script. That's not necessarily a problem. It just kind of affects the plot's pacing. Um, I think the world building is pretty standard fare. I think they do a good job of that for the most part. I don't really have a lot of issues with that. And then a lot of the stuff that could have been really bad character issues, I think have been either explained well enough for me to accept them as they are, or in the case of like the serial killer, they kept the character trait of him not going about and murdering innocent people and stuff like that. I actually don't really have much to add on to what you've said, Crimson. I think you covered a lot of it. So yeah, I'm at a 6 objectively.
All right, and then that goes to me for last. I'll go in unison with you two. I'll go with my subjective first. On my first viewing, way earlier in this year, I gave this movie a 6. I thought it was just, passable. Watching it now for the podcast, kind of like sitting down, trying to soak it all in. It's gone up. I give this a 7 subjectively. I actually quite enjoyed it. Um, I think a lot of the kill. I'm a big guy on gore. So the gore factor of it, I really liked. I like the story of it. I like a movie actually taking place in Thanksgiving, so a November film raises it. So yeah, I think it's pretty a good little slasher modern day movie. Objectively, I think the acting's pretty well done by all. I don't know any bad actor performance I saw. I think all the kills are reaching that creative level. Um, and it's not just like one really out there looking death. Like every death kind of fits that look, so it really helps the tone of the movie of what's going for. Really like the usage of technology of modern day and how that's used in the film. So it's not just like, oh, call the police and the police are there and the movie's over. Um, I I'm very neutral on the fact that the main killer is the sheriff of police. I really passes a lot of things that he can get away with, and I think he uses that very well. But I think it's like it's not plot armor, but it's just like a big character trait to Eric that's very safe for him. Um, let's see. I think the writings could be stronger with the dialogue and things. I think the cinematography is really good. There's some really good lined up shots I like. I like Eula crawling upstairs and Carver like staring over her. I think that's good. I like when he's in the doorframe of the kitchen, or Carver's in the doorframe of the kitchen, and Kathleen's around the corner with the bottle. Um, I like all the little hidden blink and you miss it moments of Carver in the background shots. I think that's all really well done. I think the editing is lacking. I don't think it affects the pacing. I don't think it's a pacing issue because the movie's very framed and goes well. I don't think there's like a real dull moment or like a heavy-handed action bit for a long time. Um, it's just edited where it confuses the timing. Um, Crimson brought up the VFX. I think it's pretty finely done. Except the pool blood I said for Amanda, but that could be a makeup thing or if I don't think that's CGI usage, but just didn't look the best. Um, yeah, I don't really have many complaints with this movie that much. I have it as an 8.
Well, we all raised our score to some degree. Ryder, what did you raise it from? You didn't say
It
what
was
it
at a
was
4
originally.
originally.
All right, quite a bit.
Yeah, like I said, it's still in my range of average because my range of average is between 4 and 7, but it's definitely I think you guys answered enough of my questions to kind of at least infer enough to a degree that I don't think there's as many character issues that I thought there potentially was. Um, so
Yeah.
yeah, I'm at a 6.
It also something I didn't touch on, but I don't know where to put it. The cast for this movie. It's a lot of people for a slasher movie, which isn't a good or bad thing to me. It's a lot of it.
You have to balance a lot. It
Yeah,
puts
it
you a lot more
fleshes out the
workload, pretty
world.
much.
Yeah, but it's not like Evil Dead where you have like a handful of people in a cabin kind of thing.
Yeah, you just have to find the right balance because the more characters you have, that's the more characters you have to have through lines for and have purpose. And then we talked about Kevin being Ryan. Sorry,
Right.
we talked about Ryan not being. There's not much to him and what we would want more for him. I think he's an example of like a bloated cast in a way. He still has a purpose, but it doesn't go beyond the surface level.
I guess so, but he does play into something. Another thing I do like about the whole story of this movie is giving so many characters an instance of thought of a motive to why they would be the killer.
Yeah,
It's not
I do think that's.
easily
I
one
do
or
think.
two.
Yeah, I do think that's why the cast is bloated. Is so that we can have all the red herrings about who the killer could possibly be. And that's so again, that's not a bad thing. That's definitely I think the intention behind it. Um, I just wish there was more to those characters than that, like in the case of Ryan.
Yeah, I
Well,
wish there was more conclusions to the red herrings than loose ends kind of thing of like,
Yeah,
oh, now we know it's not them. It's like, but it doesn't have a follow through.
that's
yeah,
kind of why, like, a lot of the deaths were like non-characters. Like Lizzie, not really a character. The security guy, not really a character. They were saving all of the main cast because they are suspects to the end, which kind of devalues the earlier deaths for an engagement level of character. But
Yeah.
obviously, that was intentional to keep the who's the killer with
They're keeping a different kind of
the
suspense and tension.
possibilities.
Also
Yeah.
with Mitch, as soon as after the protest at the parade, he's gone for the rest of the movie. Mitch doesn't
Yeah,
come back.
Yeah.
that was something I didn't actually bring up, but that did annoy me.
Yeah, me too. I guess with that, gentlemen, shall I read us out?
I have
Yeah.
one last question, and Crimson's kind of already touched on it a little, but being that this is, Thanksgiving focused, what are you guys thankful for the pod? I guess podcast related.
That we're still going strong. There you go.
For podcast related?
Yeah, to narrow it down.
Sure. I'm thankful that I get to have a show with two of my best friends.
Cool. Shoot, my original idea was kind of picketing someone. I'll still go with my original idea. I'm thankful for the time and dedication Crimson puts into the artwork for the visual side of things, for the PNG changes of theme seasons and the outro images that I fear get overlooked, being that they're only on 2 mediums out of an audio podcast heavily of all the things we have. But if you have the time to just go to either YouTube or Rumble and look at what Crimson has done, I think it's a big help.
And then do drop a comment telling us that he's a good artist so we can hold it over his head.
That's true.
All right.
I'm thankful
Come
for
on.
it because it's something I could
This
achieve.
is not Crimson Day. This is
No, but I
Thanksgiving,
couldn't
all
do
right?
it. I'm thankful for you because I don't have the capabilities of doing this to make it look the way it is.
Well, thank you, I suppose.
All right,
Glad
I
we
think
put
you're good
in
now.
a lot of our own efforts, bringing our own side of things.
That's true, but people don't hear what gets edited out.
All the freaking language that I'm a freaking potty mouth. I have no idea.
Yeah, you're frickin' fracking
I
over
thought this
there.
was Thanksgiving, not April Fools.
All right, audience, thank you for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Good Pods, iHeartRadio, Pocket Casts, and Samsung. And if you happen to be our visual side of things, checking out Crimson artwork, please leave a comment, like, and subscribe. Tell us how much you love our opinions or how much you hate them. As always, I have been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Springs.
And we wish you a happy Thanksgiving. Let everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.